Well, here's our header for our new combine that's coming in. The header came ahead of the combine, so 40-foot header looks pretty awesome. We're excited to run this thing. Man, the header almost won't fit in the frame. Well, here you have it, folks. The combine's getting delivered today. The header just arrived. This is the Fendt header, and it's a 40-foot header, and it looks like it should cut a lot of grain. I mean, it looks just like our old header. It's a Draper header, so it has the belts right here. So cuts the grain falls on the belts, and then the belts just feed it to the middle instead of having the big augers like you used to see. And you still can get the auger headers, but and then it goes to the middle and goes onto this belt, and then those tines and stuff pull it all in. But we'll look at the combine a little bit closer when it gets here. This header looks pretty awesome. This was the demo header, so it was damaged once they hit a fence, because this combine and header was a demo, but they hit a fence post on the side and kind of damaged some shields, but those all got replaced. And they also, you can kind of see, these have been trimmed off. They're supposed to be round and long and pointy. Here's one. It's supposed to be nice and rounded on the edge and pointy. And some of them have been trimmed off because, well, when they were demoing it, they left this extended and the header flexed, and it just chopped the ends of them all off. They had to go through and replace like over 100, like a few hundred of them. But so there's some that are trimmed just like a 1/4 inch short, but they pretty much replaced everything that was really broken. Well, there it is. Brand new Fendt Ideal 9. It's a beast. Yeah, so this is our new Fendt Ideal 9. We bought it last fall, and they're just now delivering it to us. So we're gonna go walk around it and look at it. We looked at it in the shop when they had it down there, but we haven't really seen it since. Let's do a little walk around of this thing. So this is where the header hooks up. So where that feeder belt on the front of the header, it just feeds in here, and this pulls it into the big threshers. These tires, I'm 6'5", and these tires are probably about 7 feet tall. So the camera makes them look pretty little because we don't have anything to compare it against, but yeah, they're 7 foot tall tires. This thing's a beast. Should be able to cut all of our grain really well. Because it has a 40-foot header, the auger actually hinges right here when you're traveling, because it's such a long auger to get out past the end of this header when you're dumping into the cart. There you can get an idea of how tall that tire is. There's Christopher, and he's about 6'4". Trevor, go stand next to the tire so I can get a view of how tall it is. Trevor's 6 feet tall. So there's a good view of how tall the combine is. They're just folding out the bin. It's got a big bin. I can't remember how many bushel the bin is. I think it's 550 sacks, or not sacks, 550 bushel. I'm thinking in potatoes. And here's my mom. She wants to make sure she's in the video since she's the owner and paid for the combine. Just folded the auger out all the way. That is such a long auger. Hopefully the auger doesn't hit the power lines. So there's what it looks like from the front with the bin folded out. I guess it's 485, but they can put up to 500 in it. And then there's the big old auger. Hangs out there. That auger is probably 40 feet long. That is such a beast of a combine. Let's go take a look in the cab. This does have a really nice cab on it, that's for sure. Oh, nice comfy seat. It's off now, but has a bunch of nice monitors. Man, this thing just looks like it's so high tech. Compared to our old combine that was like a 2009, this one's a lot fancier. Got all your light switches, radio, and then this is the inside of the bin. It's a big bin. Our old combine would only hold not even 300 bushel. So this is more than double. This is about double what our old combine would hold. So they just got all the side panels opened up. So I'm not sure who engineered these things, but man, they're complicated, and I'm glad they figured it out, because combining grain would be a nightmare if we still had to do it the old way. Lots of pulleys and belts and gearboxes and augers and all sorts of things. I couldn't tell you what everything is, but all I know is that it works. More pulleys and gearboxes. I know this is where the chaff dumps in and throws the chaff out. Get a view inside where the sieves are. And then up on the top, those are the twin rotors, the twin threshing rotors up there. And these are all the sieves. It has almost 5 meters, which I'm not sure how many feet that is. I think that's 15 feet. They're almost 15-foot long rotors. We have Grandpa out here. Everybody out on the farm is out here checking it out. There's a ladder to go up on the top. Then there's a bunch more pulleys and things on this side. Lots of stuff. I know this is where it augers up into the bin up on top. Let's see if we can pull this ladder down and climb up on top of this thing. I think you just pull on it. We have a big air cleaner up here. And then I believe if you open this, this is where your stairs are, your ladder. You got the big old engine up in here. There's your turbo. Yeah, that turbo's bigger than my head. Exhaust right here. That's one thing we have to do. The brand new ones have a exhaust where you don't have to blow anything off. You don't have to worry about anything getting on it. This one, you have to blow the exhaust off, so you don't want to start a fire. Let's climb up here and see into the massive bin. So there's your auger. Augers it up into the bin. Looks like we have a couple lights here. There's your GPS right there for your auto steer. Man, this is enormous compared to our old one. You have your intake radiators. This thing's huge. You guys look tiny from up here. Right here. Lift this up. And there's your engine. Big man engine. I believe it's like a 650 horse engine. This thing's just massive. Should definitely do the job. Crawled underneath this. These are the big rotors. Yeah, they're 16 feet long rotors. The biggest ones in the industry. Should definitely clean the grain good. And then it drops in, all the grain drops into all these sieves. And that's what filters the grain from the chaff and all that stuff. Grandpa wants to get up and see the inside of it. He'll be 90 years old this year, 89. He'll probably ride around in the combine. You want to run the combine this year, Grandpa?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It's easy, I'll show you.
This is a big upgrade from the combine he started on. Is it pretty nice? He likes it.
On that side.
Well, what do you think, Grandpa?
It looks pretty nice.
Think it'll do the job?
How fast does it go?
Well, with the 40-foot header, hopefully we can go fast enough to get the job done in a good amount of time.
Our old combine would only go maybe 2 miles an hour if you're lucky.
Yeah.
What does it here?
I think that's just a footrest, I believe. There is like a cooler, or like a little fridge underneath this seat.
That's cool.
Right here on the front, it tells you temperatures and cold and on and off. But yeah, that's like a little refrigerator underneath that seat.
Pop cool.
Yep.
They've got a refrigerator.
Has two 12-volt plug-ins right there, and then two on the other side, for like cigarette lighter type plug-in.
Plug in all your chargers.
A lot of cup holders. There's 5 cup holders on that
Grandpa,
side.
you'll have to come out and ride with whoever's running it. That's a nice buddy seat right there.
Yeah, this is a little bit nicer seat than our other combine.
Yes.
Oh, look, more cup holders.
Grandpa wanted to start it, rev it up. He's always been about how fast things can go. We've owned a bunch of ski boats, and he always goes and tests them and goes full speed and then turns as sharp as he can. And if it doesn't tip over, it's a good boat. He's all about going fast. In the past few years, he's always been our parts runner. He'll go and get the parts, and he'll go 80 miles an hour on the highway that's only 55. He just goes fast everywhere he goes. Grandpa's folding the auger back in.
There you go.
Think I can lift them?
Yeah.
Pretty big combine.
That's right. Congratulations. First owner of the first combine sold west of the Rockies.
Wow.
First
Okay.
pent combine.
I better run for many years. Huh?
I will. She will.
Good, it looks like it's well built. Pretty simple, really. It's big but simple.
Yep.
They're gonna go park it. This thing's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome just to watch it run. And I'm actually gonna learn how to run this one. I've never run the combine before. I'm always in the grain cart, but I actually am I'm excited to learn how to run this and take a shift, because this thing looks like it'd be pretty fun to run.
Probably 30. It's got to be under 14.
That's nice. Top just folds down. Even with the header, they're gonna go pull it around and park it by the cellars. Man, that's a nice header. this one shouldn't get stuck with all those tires. Make sure you go down below and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss when we use this big behemoth in a few weeks. All right, we have our brand new Fendt Ideal 9 out here cutting some grain. We're just doing a little bit of calibration today to get everything running right. So it looks like it's doing a pretty good job to me. All right, well, he just got full, so he is now dumping into the cart. So we're just calibrating today. We're not going to cut a whole lot. There's still some green patches in this field, but it seems to be working pretty good. We're just following him in a truck. Combine's over there, we just stopped. We're checking to see if there's any grain loss. We haven't really found much yet, so it seems to be doing pretty good. Just looking for kernels. Where we would have them the most would be in the windrow. So that's why we're kind of going right here.
19, for small grain, it's 19 berries per square foot is a bushel of loss.
Bushel of loss, 19 kernels.
Yeah.
Yeah, per acre.
So if you have 19 kernels per square foot on the ground, then you're losing a bushel per acre.
Yeah.
And we're not even finding more than maybe 2 or 3. Seems to be doing pretty good to me.
I found it.
So they're going up there to get a grain sample. There's a little door right there. They're gonna get a grain sample so we can take it in and get the moisture checked, because there's still a few patches of green out here and we're not sure what the moisture is going to be. The combine said between 11 and 13, so if that's the case, it's pretty good. So we're going to get it sampled and tested, and then Craig's over here, he's getting the sample out of the grain cart. But we're going to get it tested and see when we could possibly go. We think maybe in a few more days it'll be ready, but it looks a little bit green still. Thing sounds like a jet taking off when he revs it up. I gotta watch out, that header's so big. There's a green patch right in front of him, so I wonder if the moisture will jump up. With that 40-foot header, it sure leaves a nice big windrow, even with the grain only being not very tall. Well, we're just doing a little bit of calibration today, but because I do a lot of the filming and then Trevor and Christopher both do some filming, we have a bunch of clips from a few weeks ago, a month ago, that I really couldn't make a whole video out of it, but they're pretty cool clips. So here's a clip of Christopher getting the baler stuck in a field. So check this out.
Christopher found himself a mud hole, so I'm here in the big tractor. We're gonna get him pulled out, hopefully. Yeah, he got her stuck pretty good. Unfortunately, now we have YouTube. Nobody's shame stays off the internet. Well, today is just gonna be one of those days. I had blowouts on solid set. We just blew this tire off, pulling it out. It's just one of those days that everything's gonna take 10 times longer than it should.
And now we have a clip of when they were pulling all of the rotten potatoes out of the cellar that we couldn't clean. We had to get an excavator in there, and then we had to go dump them out in the field. We lost about 10,000 sacks. So here's some clips of them getting the potatoes out of the cellar and what the inside of the cellar actually looks like.
As you can see, we've got the majority of the cellar cleaned out now. Just pretty much scraping up all the slop down to the bottom. We're hauling some sand in here so we can build a road in. So we hopefully can get a little bit more of that slop over here. So Josh and the loader can get a little bit more out. But all we got left, pretty much, is that little bit of a pile there. So it's not too bad. It's coming along. Well, here's where we're dumping it. We got a spot. This is normally where we'd stack pipe in the winter, but we're dumping it here so it can kind of dry out a little bit. That's what we've hauled out so far. I'm not sure how many sacks it is. Don't know how many we hauled in, so it's hard to tell. But once this is dried out a little bit more this summer, this fall, we'll load it up and mix it with the manure and haul it on the fields for fertilizer. Hey guys, give you a little update on what we're doing here. We had a little mishap yesterday when we were done. Truck tipped over here. Thankfully nobody was hurt other than the truck, but it kind of snapped the frame and broke a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, but thankfully nobody was hurt. We'll see what the insurance says about the truck, but it broke that and broke the ram right off, so this will be a fun fix.
So here's a couple clips that Trevor took where one of them he's happened to have some pivot problems changing a gearbox. Another one he's moving the AC unit from one cellar to another cellar, and the other one he is raking some hay for baling.
Well everybody, we're out here in a lovely, it's 96 degrees out here and we got a little bit of a problem. We had to put a gearbox on here. The old one, it broke off right here. So, but the problem is, if you'll notice right here, that nut, we've tried beating it off with an impact. It won't come off. The stud is just spinning. So, sent somebody back to the shop's gonna bring out a cutting wheel from my grinder because the other one was broke, and we'll have to cut that stud out so we can get this tire back off and on the pivot so we can get her going. But yeah, fun times out here today, but thankfully nice thunderstorms rolling in on me, so maybe it'll cool off here in a minute. Well, we're over here at our cellars with this Sunbelt rental we got. That cellar you can see right there is just about empty. They've got probably 10-11 truckloads left in there. So we pulled all the tubes, so now that whole air conditioning unit there is running into this cellar, and we're at 67.6 degrees right now, and we'll see if we can get it to drop. Well, it looks like the air conditioning is helping. As you can see, it's 68 degrees in the cellar, but the outside air temperature, that's how hot it is outside, so that's pretty good considering how warm it is. Hey guys, we're out here with our second crop hay on this new seeding. I'm out here raking it. You'll see the row here. We got a little bit of a lot of heavy dew and a little bit of possibly rain, so the bottom of our hay isn't drying like it should. So you can see we're only using half the rake, because we've raked it into windrows already. We were hoping to bale, but we baled a couple bales and they were too wet. So now the rows are too far apart to use both sides of the rake. So all I'm doing here, as you can see, driving real close to this windrow, and then we're just flipping it over, and you can see how it goes from that tan color to a nice green. Hopefully we can get it to dry out today and maybe bale it in the morning, a little dew, so we can get some good hay bales.
Now we have a few clips. We had a drone come out and do some spraying for us. So we have a few clips of the drone spraying. So check this out, it's pretty cool to watch.
All right, we're just out here getting ready to watch our drone guy. He's spraying for some weeds in the potatoes. He's just up there on the top of his trailer. There's 2 drones on the trailer. I think he's just gonna fly one right now because he's only spraying like 30 acres in this field. But there he is set up on top of the trailer with the spray rig. I think he's gonna be starting up the drone here in a second. Now what he's doing, he's filling up the drone with fertilizer, or with the spray that he's got to spray on the field. Probably just takes him a little bit to fill up the tank. I can't remember, I think it's like 18 gallon or something like that, if I remember right. It flies at 12 feet off the ground. It's gonna spray that way. It is spraying. It turns around, comes back. Okay, we have a couple more clips here that Trevor took when we had a pump to water the field go out, and we had to pull the pump out. This was earlier in the year before the potatoes had even broke through the ground. So check this out. This is how we have to pull pumps out with the backhoe.
Well guys, we had a little problem. One of our pumps went down. We had to set this new pump on. The other one's laying over there on the other side of the truck. I can't quite see it, but yeah, this has been fun trying to get everything lined up and getting this new pump lined up. Hopefully the electrician can make it out today and get the pump wired up so we can get it going, because we got to get the spray watered on these spud fields right here. So we'll see what happens. Here's the old pump we took off. That's what it kind of looks like when it's out of the sump. This one's a 30 horse, the other one's a 40, so hopefully it'll give us a little better pressure and it'll work out.
Okay, well I'm in the grain cart tractor now. He's way down there, but his light started blinking. He's got a pretty heaping pile of grain, so I've got the grain cart and we're gonna go down there and let him empty so he can make it back to the other end, because I don't know that he would make it, because that 40-foot head really harvests a lot of grain. So we'll go dump him. All right, see if I can do this one-handed because I'm filming. So I'll pull up next to him here. There's a huge wad that I have to drive over. Hopefully it doesn't get plugged up underneath something. Slow down a little bit. next to him here. Just drove over that wad and it didn't plug up anything, so. Gotta slow her down. There we go. Getting her done now. Man, this combine is nice. It leaves the head, because the header is so wide, it leaves a nice wide spot for me to drive this down where I don't even have to drive over the windrows. Our old one had a 30-foot header and I had to drive on top of the windrows because it just wasn't wide enough. But yeah, this one is real nice. And it's supposed to be able to unload that whole bin in like a minute or something like that. 90 seconds maybe. Pretty fast. Our old one, man, it was slow. I'd be parked here for like 5 minutes just trying to wait for the bin to unload, and it was half the size. So, but because this bin is twice the size, I cannot hold as much. So I can only hold about 2 dumps from the combine before I have to dump it into a semi. So this cart is full and we don't have any semis because we weren't really planning on starting today. So we're just going to see, we got to go check the moisture level, and then we'll see if we could start today. Maybe we'll start tomorrow, but today we were just mainly calibrating everything. But that combine is nice. Oh, I'm going slowing down a little too much. All right, well, he's folding his arm in, so I'm just gonna drive to the end here. There's a nice combine. See that Draper header? It's got belts on the header, so it just kind of feeds it in with belts to the middle. So all the grain just falls on those belts, and then it feeds it to the center. It's a nice combine. The fact that it can take that much grain is kind of crazy. But he said that on the ideal 10s, they make a 60-foot header for that one. Like, it has quite a bit more horsepower than this one, but that is crazy. A 60-foot grain header, that would be insane. But I guess somebody's out there using it. Well, we're going through some learning curves here. We keep plugging up the header. Just feeds too much in all at once. Then we have to stop, push it back out. It is feeding though. It's not plugged up inside, it's just plugged the header up. So we're getting it. It's a new machine, we're still learning how to use it. All right, guys, well, I hope you enjoyed the video of us calibrating this and then those few extra clips in there. We did get the grain test back. The grain is ready, but we're not. We don't have trucks. We're not quite ready to go yet. And there's a few pretty green strips out here through the field. So we've got this all open. We're just going over where all the grease points are and whatnot with the Fendt guys while they're here. And yeah, next video coming up, grain harvest. So look forward to that. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one.
We just got out to the field. We did a few rounds out here the other day, just calibrating everything with our new Fendt Ideal 9 combine with a 40-foot header on it. This thing is a beast. But we have this field to do. We did probably 4 rounds yesterday, just calibrating. So we're gonna get rolling today and see how much we can get done. The moisture is just right. So we're gonna get rolling and start grain harvest for the year. We have 1,600 acres of grain to harvest, and that's why we bought this combine, because our old combine, it took a month to do 700 acres last year. So we more than doubled our grain acreage, and yeah, we needed a combine that could actually cut it in time. So we bought this big Fendt Ideal 9 combine, and so far it has been very impressive. We've looked around on the ground behind it, and in a square foot we could only find maybe 1 or 2 kernels. So it's not losing hardly anything, which our old combine lost a ton. And yeah, it's doing a pretty awesome job. It sure makes it easy with that big long boom on there. But we're gonna get going here. I gotta hop in the grain cart and start loading these semis, and then we're gonna get rolling and just keep on going. Hopefully it only takes us about 2 or 3 weeks to get all the grain harvested. All right, well, he's going along. Man, it's crazy to see him going so fast. He's going like 5 miles an hour. The lights are starting to blink because he's almost full. You can see the grain heaping up on the top. So I'm gonna zip over there and unload him, but man, compared to our old combine, he is cruising. All right, he's unloading now. We gotta get unloaded before we get to the end of the field. But this thing is supposed to be able to unload the entire bin, which is almost 500 bushel. I think it's 485 bushel is how full it is when it's all the way full. And it's supposed to unload the whole bin in 90 seconds. So, should definitely be able to get done before we get to the end of the field. But it is coming up. Let's see if we make it. Should be able to. It's nice, he can also move the boom back and forth. Our old one really couldn't do that, but he can move the boom back and forth, so I can't really see in my bin, as you can see, but he can, so he can move back and forth as needed to fill me up all the way. All right, he's running out now. He just moved his boom back to fill the back, which is pretty handy. It leaves such big windrows that I'm dragging the tractor on the windrows. All right, he's full. See these windrows down here? Dragging on my step. I'm gonna go over here and get out of the way. I'm actually full, so I gotta drive to the other end of the field over there where the trucks are and unload into the trucks. All right, I am now over here at the truck, so I need to turn my PTO on and open up my grain door. There we go. We're filling her up. I have enough in here that I should definitely be able to fill this truck up and probably put a little bit in the next truck as well. Looks like I'm a little far to that side. It's always hard to try and line up just perfect with the trucks, but I can overload them pretty easy, so I just need to make sure not to let the grain get too high or it'll overload them. Okay, that truck's full. He's tarping his truck now, and I dumped a little bit into those other trucks over there just to make sure my bin was full, because if my bin is full, then I can hold 2 completely full dumps from the combine, because that has a 485 bushel bin, which they say you can get 500 in it.
And this is a 1,075 bushel cart. So I should easily be able to hold 2 dumps and then go dump into the semi, as long as I get it all the way empty. So I'm gonna go drive over there and unload him again. Of course, his lights aren't flashing, but I don't know if he could make it all the way back to this end. Well, for those of you who don't know, this Fendt Ideal 9 combine is the first one that they have sold west of the Rocky Mountains. So we got the first one, at least on this side of the country. So far, man, it's doing a great job. It's able to go, I think he's got it up to about 5 miles an hour where the straw isn't very tall. But with that 40-foot head, he fills up really quick. And as far as grain loss, I know there was a lot of people last year when we went and looked at this that were like, oh, they lose a lot of grain. We searched and searched behind this thing when we were calibrating it yesterday, and we could only find, they say in 1 square foot, if you find 19 kernels in 1 square foot, that's 1 bushel lost per acre. Well, in 1 square foot, we were only able to find 1 or 2. So it's really not losing any. Like, so little that we really had to search just to even find a couple. It's just doing a stellar job. So far, couldn't be happier. And it's cruising compared to our old New Holland. That New Holland could only go maybe 2.5 miles an hour if you're lucky, and it only had a 30-foot head on it. This one's going about 4 to 5 miles an hour with a 40-foot head, so it's doing an awesome job, that's for sure. It's just awesome to watch it go. I'm going to pace him, going the same speed right now because the straw is just a little bit taller. He is going about 3.5 miles an hour, but that's 1.5 miles faster than our old combine would go, as fast as it would go. So yeah, and it has a draper header on it, so it has belts. It cuts it onto belts. And then the grain gets pushed to the middle where it's just fed right into the feeder house. All right, well, we've finished the field on this side, which is the majority of this field. So I came and parked the tractor here so I could get this pivot moved out of the way. It is moving. It's on 100%, but it's still very slow. So it'll slowly make its way over here, and we'll start working on this side. These are short rows, so they'll go pretty fast. And there's a little patch on the other side of the ditch over there where that pivot is right there, just a little 2-tower. And we should definitely be able to finish this field probably in a couple hours. That 40-foot header and going 4 to 5 miles an hour definitely makes this go pretty quick. So just have a little bit more of the long rows. But this is the first field of 1,600 acres. And I think this field is only 100 acres. So yeah, we're well on our way, but we still have quite a few weeks, at least 2.5 to 3 weeks probably is my guess, until we get all this grain done. Well, the pivot's moving really slow, but it is almost out of the other side. So, but he is getting to be heaping full, and I can't fill right here because he hasn't cut on the other side. So we'll see if he can make it around and turn around so I can empty before he spills that grain up on the cab, because that's where it's going to go if he gets too full. Alright, well, I thought he was going to do the end, even though he was full, but I think he just realized that he won't be able to go very far. That pile of grain up on the top is pretty big. I don't know how much more room he's got. He's gonna turn around and we'll dump him into the cart. Looks like he's still got a little bit of room.
This is Chris. I'm up here in the cab of the Fendt combine. Just looking at this 40-foot header sucking this wheat in. Hard red spring wheat. It's going, if I look over here at the yield, right now it's about 115, 20, 30. It kind of varies. We're going 3.5 miles an hour, if you can see that. We can probably bump it up a little bit quicker. I have been going 4 most of the time. Anyway, we're just finally getting able to cut some wheat. And it's really cool seeing this 40-foot header, this big Fendt Ideal 9, you know, 650 horse machine. It just eats whatever you feed it. And the draper head just pulls it right in, sucks it in head first, and it does a really good job. There's Taryn over there. He's coming over in the grain cart. We'll dump into him in a second, but yeah, some of my screens over here. There's my performance. So this is my returns, sieves. You know, as long as they're not staying up in the yellow, there's not a whole lot of loss. Up here shows my concave clearances, the rotor speed, the fan speed, upper and lower sieves. This is my auto steer, where my header's at. I can have a bunch of different header heights. Push that button to tilt the header. Here's the GPS on that little screen. It's working really well. It's like a spaceship. You can do so much. There's cameras all over. You can show an aerial view. Right now, we'll look at this. Scroll that out, and it puts the side auger out. Now that Taryn's here, we'll show you the side auger will come out over the cart. And we have all of the louvers opened up. So now that it's there, push it so where it unloads. We weren't quite full, so we were probably a little around 300. Well, it actually told us how many bushel. We're probably close to that 400 bushel in there. It'll hold 485. I know they say if it's at the about to run over mark, it's probably closer to 500 bushel, but we're still trying to calibrate that. But here's the other view from Taryn's. Taryn had his view from the tractor, and here's our view from the grain combine. Just filling the cart. And it's all. I'm not touching a single thing right now. If you look here, it's driving itself. It's doing, you know, it's unloading by itself. As soon as it's done, we'll stop it and roll the auger back in. So it's about done now. If you keep it on, you're putting so much wheat into it that you could just constantly keep streaming it out the whole time. But we'll close that. We'll run the auger back in. I don't know if he'll dump it this time or next time, depending on how close one of the Supreme trucks, STI's trucks are, how full they are, but he'll go dump into them. And I'm sure we'll have more videos on how we make all these buttons and everything work. I tell the guys it's kind of like driving a spaceship, but here's the armrest. There's buttons all over and everything moves, and you can do a lot of automatic stuff, that's for sure. Anyway, we'll keep after getting all this wheat done.
All right, we made it. He didn't spill any onto the cab. It was close though. Now I just have to watch to make sure I don't run it over the front of the grain cart. It's kind of hard to film and run the speed and the steering. Now I'm getting a little off. It's hard to do all that at once. We'll get it. See how long it takes to dump that whole bin into the cart. Since I've been filming the whole time, it should be pretty easy to find out. Now he was pretty full. He wasn't all the way full. It's probably 450 bushel. Looks like he's just about done. They say 90 seconds. And there's 90 seconds right there from when I started filming. So yeah, that thing unloads real fast. But I gotta go fill some semis. Now as the grain cart driver, I'm in charge of hopefully keeping the combine from stopping. So there's this wheel line behind me that I'm gonna try and move. Hopefully it starts so that Christopher doesn't have to stop the combine and get out and move it. And I also moved that pivot that's over there. So that's my job. Christopher stopped. He's getting out to do something. Let's go see what's going on. Well, what happened?
Well, it said, so it started to get a little squirrely over there, you probably saw.
Uh-huh.
And then just barely the GPS went off. And it said, a code came up. It says primary wheel angle sensor signal exceeded calibration limit. And it said basically turn off the machine, check your wheel angle sensor, and then try to see if restarting it will fix it.
All right.
I don't know if there's just one on one side or both sides, but I think something was going out because that last pass, it wanted to just go all over the place. And now the GPS shut off, so.
Yeah, I noticed it was getting a little squirrely.
But you know how technology is these days, right?
Turn it off, turn it back on.
Well, not only that, but you know when the GPS shuts off, you can't work anymore.
Yep. It's not like there's a steering wheel in there or anything.
No.
So we just have to find the wheel angle sensors and
I don't see one on this side, so it's just gotta be the
Check
one on
'em.
that side.
it's gotta be this guy right here. All right, well, we hope he got the wheel sensor fixed on this beast. We'll see if it will drive how it's supposed to. It's definitely a monster of a combine. It's working good though. Yeah, there was a few of these windrows that were all squirrely because the GPS is making it go all crazy. I might get covered in grain dust here in a minute. This thing has something like 650 horsepower. Well, we finished the field. We We are all done. So we're in the process of moving to the next field. So we have to take the header off. See, our old combine, the header was only a 30-foot header. So we rarely took it off. We usually just left it on. It did have wheels that folded down, so you could take it off. But we rarely took it off because all these country roads, they're a little over 30 feet wide. So we could just drive down. We had to tilt it up to miss mailboxes and stuff. But this header is a 40-foot header. Yeah, it doesn't fit down any of these roads. Like, we would hit mailboxes, stop signs, telephone poles, everything. So we have, this one doesn't have wheels that folds down, but we have our header trailer here. So we're gonna unhook it and put the header on the trailer and then go to the next field. So it's pretty easy to unhook. I'll go show you what you take off on the other side. So the only thing you have to unhook, and we already unhooked it, is there's the shaft, the drive shaft. There's the drive shaft, this one. It just hooks in right here. And then this is the electronics and all the hydraulics, and it just plugs in here. So you just pull that arm and it comes off. So it's pretty much ready to unhook. We just have to go sit it on the trailer. Big header. All right, just had to make sure we were centered. Just like that, it's unhooked. Now we can hook the truck up here, take the combine over to the next field. Okay, well there goes the header. And here goes the combine. We're headed over to the next one. Hopefully we can get it hooked up. This thing kind of takes up the whole road, so we'll see. All right, there you can see why we can't have the header on. The road is barely wide enough for the tires. So we would be taking out everything. But we're getting there. Now we just have to get the header hooked back up. We're just gonna block the whole road for a little bit. Because that's what we have to do. When you live in a farming community, this is what you have to expect. Okay, it's hooked up. At least it's on. We still have to hook up the drive line and the hydraulics and electronics, but get it hooked up. And then we'll start going into this field. This field has a whole bunch of wheel lines in it, so that'll be fun to move. Looks like he can go without putting his bin open. Now I gotta pull in. Okay, well, we're going. Hey, you can actually see the mountains. It's been so smoky you couldn't even see the mountains before, but yeah, you can see them right now. We had to stop for a second. He had to fold his grain tank out and the auger, but I've got to follow him for a while because he's going to go do the ends, and I have to get out of the way because all the semis have to pull in behind me. So we'll get doing the ends. And this field is such a weird shape. It like jogs in over here, then around this yard, and then down the other side, and then goes over here behind that yard. And actually that's the school, but it goes clear over there. Such a weird shaped field, and it has a whole bunch of wheel lines in it all over. Josh is going to kind of move these things out of the way, but yeah, this is going to be an interesting field to do just because there's so much stuff in the way. But we'll get it done because we have to. So one question that I've had asked in the past is, what do we use to kill the grain? Well, what happens when you stop watering a plant? It dies. So we basically just turn the water off. We don't use any chemical or anything to kill the grain. We just stop watering it. It has to sit. Usually we shut the water off and then it sits for about a month, and then it's ready. It dies and the kernels dry up and they're ready to harvest. So we don't have to do anything other than just shut the water off, and that's what gets the grain ready to go. This field is a little tight with these wheel lines and this pivot. It was a little tricky for him to get around the end of this pivot. He had to like twist the header and then lift it way up to clear over this wheel line here. But that header will lift, I think, 7 feet in the air. So it worked. It did it. It's just a little tricky. Well, here comes the combine. Wait until he goes by, then I have to move this wheel line out of the way. Standing over here so I don't get into the chaff. That stuff will make you so stinking itchy. It ain't even funny. Well, we'll go get the wheel line moved so he can come back down next to it. Well, I got it started. I just gotta wait for him to get out of the way. And I can move this thing. Just about there. Okay, there, you can push it up. Should be out of the way. Get rolling this thing. This is probably the fullest bin that he's had all day. We're gonna see how long it takes for him to empty it. See if I can drive without spilling it all. Okay, should only take 90 seconds, we'll see. That's a pretty full bin. Holy smokes, that bin went down pretty fast. It's been a good day, good first day of harvest. We have, I'm not even sure how many acres we've done. We'll finish, this is the second field, and we will finish this field today. It's about 8:30. The mill closes at 8, so they won't take any more trucks after 8. So we can only work a little after 8. Sometimes if we have some trucks, we can work till 9. Like if we had more left of this field, we'd probably work a little later. Also, when the dew comes on, you usually have to stop because you can't. Once the grain starts to get the dew on it, the moisture starts to creep up, and you don't want wet grain. So usually we work until the dew starts to come on, and then we quit. But we will probably just finish this field because the next field is a few miles away. So we'll probably just finish this field. I don't know if we'll move over there tonight or not, but we're definitely going to finish this field. Probably in about 20 minutes. He only has a couple more rounds left and he'll be done. All right, well that was basically 90 seconds. He's trickling out the last little bit. Wow, that's a fast auger. Unloads almost pretty much probably about 500 bushel in 90 seconds. That's crazy. Loving the Fendt combine so far. Just got the header hooked up on the cart. Just gonna take it back to the yard. Christopher's in this. He's gonna drive this back to the yard because right now there's not a whole lot of traffic. It's about 9 o'clock. So he's gonna drive it back to the shop. It's about 3 or 4 or 5 miles or so. And yeah, we'll service it in the morning. Gotta get all the blinky lights on. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this first day of grain harvest. We did about 150-ish acres today, which is pretty good. All the fields we did today, there wasn't very many long rows. The first field we did had long rows, but after that they didn't. So all of our fields, these were rented. All of our fields have longer rows, so we should be able to get more done in a shorter amount of time. All right, guys, welcome out. Well, today we are going to be doing the second day of grain harvest or wheat harvest, whatever you want to call it. But I just thought I would start off by showing you this field. So this field behind me is one of our hay fields. This is a field that we decided we wanted to bale this year instead of silaging it and putting it in bags. But we have a problem. So over here, this has all been raked. So we cut it, we raked it, but the problem is it's been really hot, but it hasn't been windy. There's been no wind. So even though the hay looks nice and yellow and crunchy, it looks like it's ready to bale, underneath it's wet. And we've already raked it once, but it's just still wet. It's too wet to bale. So we borrowed a machine. So you see these rows back here, how they look like that. If I scroll this way, those ones look a little bit bigger. So we borrowed what's called a fluffer. And it just picks up the hay and it just fluffs it up into a big pile, it aerates it. So by doing that, any little breeze and stuff can blow through and it'll help dry it out. So let me show you what these rows look like and then I'll go show you the fluffer. So this is one of the rows, and like, it's pretty crunchy on top, but underneath, like down in here, it's still pretty green, still has some moisture in it. So that's the problem. And the fluffer, it just takes that pile and just churns it up a little bit. You can see this is a much bigger row, because like this is the same row, he just fluffed it with the fluffer, and there he is with that. But it just fluffs it up, makes it all light, and makes it so that the wind can blow through. So let's go take a look at the fluffer real quick. So this is the fluffer. This has some tines and it spins. Picks it up and fluffs it. So this is what it looks like. It's just got tines on big X's. 4 sets of tines, and it just spins around, picks the hay up, and just fluffs it up. Pretty simple little machines, hydraulically driven. Nothing too complicated about it. It is kind of interesting how it works though. Well, Trevor's gonna take off and keep going. He's
probably got about 4 or 5 hours left of this. And I'm gonna go hop in the grain cart and we're gonna start cutting grain.
We brought the combine back last night. The header's over there. And then I just brought the cart back this morning. I didn't want to drive the cart back last night because I don't have flashing lights on the back. And it was kind of dark. So we got this all serviced up because there was some dew this morning and we couldn't cut right at 8 o'clock. So we had to wait for the dew to get off. So we opened all these up, serviced it, greased it, oiled everything. And now we're about to head out to the field and we'll get going here in a minute.
And we just got out to the field, hooking the header up. Luckily, it doesn't take very long to hook up and unhook and whatnot. Our old combine, we were able to just leave the header on, so luckily this one doesn't take very long. But yeah, getting hooked up, we're gonna get going. This field I think is a little over 100 acres, so we should be able to finish this whole field today and probably get on to the next one. But we'll get going here.
All right, well, we've just about got this field opened up. You can see right here, there's a line of pipe. So we've gone across the whole field, we've gone next to all the pipe, and we did the ends, and we're just about done. I think this is the last line of pipe we have to go, and then we can just go back and forth and get cruising. But he's going almost 5 miles an hour cutting. He's cruising. It's pretty awesome. But yeah, we're just getting this opened up. All of our pipe movers, they'll come out and they'll move the pipe out of the way, so when we get over here to where the pipe are, we can just keep going. We don't have to wait. So we're gonna keep on rolling, see how much we can get done today. Well, we have some help out here getting couple things adjusted, make sure everything's running correctly. But so far so good. It's been running, we've been going about 5 miles an hour. So just fixing a few things. Obviously it's a brand new machine, so every time you get something new, there's a few little quirks you have to work out. So that's what we're doing.
What we've been trying to do is these belts are running just a little bit off center. And so there's a bunch of shims. There's some shims right here. We loosened up and moved them out so we can get the belt a little bit tighter on the back side to hopefully push the belt forward, because it was rubbing harder on the back and there was a gap on the front. So that's what we're attempting to do. Okay, well, we think we got it all. We adjusted some stuff. There was a whole bunch of grease zerks in here and under here that we didn't even know were there, so we found a bunch of grease zerks and greased them, and we're still finding new spots that we have to grease. So a new machine, we're learning how to run it. So they're gonna go do another round and see if they got all the settings fixed and set up so it'll run better, because I know one thing is this wasn't dropping very fast, so he'd turn around at the end and he'd hit to go down and it wouldn't go down all the way, and he was just trimming the heads off versus going down and cutting all the straw. So they're gonna, I guess there's a setting where you can choose how fast that goes up and down. So they're gonna adjust a few things and make a few more rounds, and hopefully we can get this thing even more dialed in. I mean, going 5 miles an hour is already pretty awesome. I'm gonna get back in my tractor, pulling the grain cart. We have our 8370 RT. This tractor, it doesn't do a whole lot. So it runs the harvester and potato harvest, but because it's spaced wide and it's tracks, we don't do very much with this tractor. But one thing we can do is we can pull the grain cart. So that's what this tractor does during grain season. So we're stopped right now. We broke a knife. The reason we were breaking this knife is because these are guards, right? So this one, the guard was broken. Well, down at Agri-Service, they don't have a guard, so they had one in their store a few hours away, so they're getting some guards, but they didn't have any. So we've been breaking this knife because they don't have any guards on it to protect the knife. So we have a new, sorry about the wind, we have a new knife, but the bolt broke off in the hole.
the bolt broke off in the hole, so we are trying to get the bolts out so that we can get a new knife in. Kind of being a pain. Well, the drill pushed it through the bottom, so I was able to grab the bottom of it and try and thread it through the bottom. The bottom of this, there's two plates there, and the bottom one is threaded. So the nuts, the bolts just thread right into them. So just trying to get the bolt out, and then we'll put the new knife on. Hopefully they can get us the guards pretty soon.
I guess he'll
Okay, well, we got that knife put back on. We are still missing the guard, so it'll cut, it just won't cut as well. Once you get the guard on, then it cuts a lot better because the guard holds the grain in place as it cuts it off. But still doing a pretty good job. Well, now we're cutting the other way. We were moving that direction, now we're moving this way, so he's got a heaping load because he cut all the way down and cut back, but I can't unload him on this side. So he'll barely make it to the end. Then he has to turn around so I can unload him. But he's cruising. Thing cuts so fast. Alright, well, our guys just came out. They're moving the pipe out of the way so we can cut that spot. Thanks for getting those out of the way. We'll get over there and get a cut. Alright guys, well, that's going to be the end of day 2 of grain harvest. Make sure to join in tomorrow because I'll be announcing a giveaway that we're going to be doing. So make sure to hit that subscribe button. I love you guys, and I'll see you in the next one. is a fungus that kills the potatoes, so you have to spray for it. There's been years where we haven't had to spray for blight at all because there hasn't been blight around, but this year the blight is actually really bad. There's some potato fields of other guys that we've seen that the blight spray, they're on their 3rd or 4th round of blight spray and their potatoes are already dying. And if they're dying right now, we're a good month and a half from harvest. So if they're dying right now, they're not going to have very good yield at all. So we keep spraying ours. Luckily the blight hasn't got to it too much. But yeah, we keep spraying ours. None of ours have started to die yet, so I don't think we have blight too bad. But we got to keep on top of it. It's just something you have to do. You always got to keep on top of those funguses and stuff that can really hurt your crops. But he just keeps going out and spraying all of our fields, so I'm glad we have a helicopter who can do it because we're so close to a lot of houses that the airplanes don't like to spray. Okay, we're out here in the field now. We have the ladder down and everything. You had to climb up on top. We filled it all up with fuel and DEF, and they just got done changing and greasing a bunch of stuff. So we got it all serviced. We're ready to go. We're on a different field than yesterday. So we got the other field done and moved over here, and we'll see how much of this we can get done today. But it should be a good day. So yesterday we cut about 150 acres. So that field we were in yesterday was 130. And then this field behind me, they cut 20 to 30 acres of that yesterday too. So we did 150 to 160 acres yesterday, which is pretty awesome. We've never done that before, but we've still got this open. One last thing we need to do before we can get going is we have a leaf blower right here. So we use the leaf blower to get up in, and we have to blow all the dust off of everything so that we don't possibly start a fire. That's one thing you got to be careful with when you're harvesting grain, is you don't want to have buildup of dust and stuff everywhere, because if something gets hot, then it lights on fire. So that is the one thing you don't want to have happen, is a fire. So we're going to get up. Christopher's going to get up here with the leaf blower. He just opened a chute that's right here. He has to blow all the dust out. So we'll see how that goes. He's going to start blowing. He's got the right spot. There's a little hatch on top. You're supposed to open it up. There we go. Supposed to open up this little hatch, and then you blow down and blow all the dust off of everything, and it comes out the bottom. Yeah, there's a lot coming out down here. Then you just got to blow the exhaust off because it gets some dust on it. Definitely do not want to start a fire. You might want to blow the engine off too. Now he's just blowing off the engine. Says it's not that dirty up there, so that's good. Of course, the engine is clear up on the top, kind of out of the dust. All the dust and stuff comes out of the bottom and the back. So up there shouldn't get very much dust on it.
It's really not that dirty. You know, after 2 days and all that dust, it's not bad.
That's pretty good. But we'll get going here pretty quick. All right, well, he's going now. But what's crazy is in the morning there's a little bit of dew. And because of the dew, it makes the windrows so big. And I know it's hard to tell on camera, but that windrow is so big and nice and fluffy. It's like, that's a perfect windrow for baling. Whereas when there's no dew, you get little windrows like this. It kind of shreds it up more. But when there's dew, it doesn't shred it as bad, so you get nice big windrows. Well, he's almost full. First load of the day. I'm gonna meet him at the other end so he can dump into the grain cart. And that thing looks so nice. Cutting grain. Say what you want, that is a nice combine. gonna be interesting because my step is already dragging on the straw. So I'm gonna try to not get all the straw built up underneath the tractor. That wouldn't be very good. Slow down, slow down. Going too fast. Well, no, I'm not going fast at all. No middle ground with this thing. Okay, there we go. I think we're going the right speed now. I am dragging some straw, but not too bad. This combine is just awesome to even watch. Like just watching it run. So far, the only problem that we've had is we broke a knife because the guard was not there. And I'm trying to think of any other problems. I don't think we've had any other problems with it. Just greasing it. We had to shim the belt. And that's it. Other than that, it's been working great. I know there's been a lot of people in the comments saying, oh, Fendt isn't very good. Fendt doesn't do a good job. They break really easy and all this stuff. Well, I mean, we've done 270 acres in 2 days and have only broke one knife because we were missing a guard. I think it does a pretty good job if you ask me.
Just out here running Grandpa's beast again. Dumping into the grain cart, cutting some grain. Going about 4.5 miles an hour. It's a little bit lighter on the yield. We're probably around 100, 120 bushel yield, but that's tearing over there in the tractor, and we're just dumping into it.
Okay, well, Josh traded me off because now that we're starting to get the bales off the field and stuff, we're trying to get our manure trucks ready so that we can haul manure. But we have one manure truck that's broken. It needs a whole bunch of metal. So I'm gonna go get the metal from the metal store. But I'll be back. I'll bring you guys along with me to go get the metal. So this is what we've got. So this is one of our manure trucks. And this is what the chain is supposed to look like. It's got these little slats across here, but these aren't very strong. And what happened on this side is the slats broke and it wrapped around these cogs, and it just broke the whole chain. Here's a piece of the chain right here. It doesn't have any slats on it because they all busted off. The slats they put on it from the factory just aren't very thick. So I'm gonna try to get the same metal because we're gonna build our own chain for that side. But I'm gonna try to get the same metal, just thicker, because it can't be any taller because it has to fit in this little channel right here. So it can't be taller, but I'm hoping I can get thicker metal at least. But I'm measuring to see how much we need, and then I'm gonna have to go get enough metal to basically make a whole new chain for this side. And we have half the chain for one side, but we had to order the other. So we don't even have all the chain, but I'm gonna go get the metal. And once we get the chain, then we can build it and put it together, because we're gonna be hauling manure pretty soon. And we're back. We got 5 sticks of this metal. This is the thickest stuff they have that will fit. It's 3/16 1x2s, and that's all we got. So hopefully these don't bend like the old ones did, even though they're basically the same. I am gonna weld them up a little bit better when I do eventually put this together. But for now, I just unhooked it, and I'm gonna go back out to the field. All right, we're gonna go hop in with Christopher since Josh is driving the cart right now. And I've never actually been inside this thing while it's running, so this will be kind of cool to see. Now I'm in here with Christopher. Looks like it's a little dusty today.
It's dusty. We can turn it on. Not sure that for
Oh, there we go. That really cleared it up. Yeah, this is the first time that I've actually been inside this thing. It's got a lot of buttons over there.
Yeah.
All these different things. I'm sure it can do a lot of stuff that we don't even know about yet.
I do know about a lot of the things it can do. I just don't know if I could figure out how to do them. It has a manual that's about this thick behind the seat.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to sit and read a 2,000 page manual.
It's probably 500.
That looks so cool, just watching the grain funnel into the middle. See, yeah, like I've said in the past, this has a draper header, which has these belts. So it cuts the grain falls on the belts, and it funnels it to the middle where there's a belt pulling it in, and then it just pulls it into the middle. It's quiet in here though.
Yeah. Yeah, I've spent the last couple hours on the phone, I swear. And so it's been nice to get some business done while you're working.
You can kind of see into the bin.
It is pretty...
It's a little dusty in there.
Yeah, the windows are pretty dirty. I didn't clean the bin window today.
But that's a nice view.
I did clean all these windows and that mirror twice. That mirror, you can't see out anymore. That one I cleaned like an hour ago.
Yeah, he has to clean the mirrors off, and the mirrors and the windows off every day. Sometimes multiple times a day.
That one's not a big a deal, but that one you can see. If you look at that one, you need to be able to see if your auger is in or out. And so if you can't see out of that one very good, then you
Can't see much there. But we're getting it done. It's crazy. Is this field? How many acres is this field?
This field's like 110.
110 acres, and we're already probably halfway done with it. Maybe not quite half, because all the rows over there are short. So this thing goes through the grain pretty fast.
Okay, so on this screen over here, just a few things real quick. This is our GPS. You can make it big. You can set it to where it will go off of the yield monitor on how much bushels you're getting per acre. So it'll change colors. But you have to reset it for each field. And it was late last night, I didn't do it for that one. This one up here is our combine. So right there, it's telling you how many bushels you have in the grain tank. The Harvest Plus, I can hold the lever over and it will automatically go forward, speed up and slow down depending on how much capacity you want in your feeder house. That's the percentage of the engine that we're doing. Those 4 bars right there, when you unload, that you can close a gate or open a gate. This green steering wheel means the auto steer is on. This 1 and 2, this one right here is your header, the height off the ground. You have 2 positions. I can push this button right here to go to number 2, which raises it up a couple of inches. Then you can see there's this is the rotor speed, the concave clearance, your fan speed, and your upper and lower sieves. And if you click on that, it comes over here and you can change all of those settings.
Seems like it's a pretty adjustable combine.
Yes, you can change just about everything you need.
This field has big power lines that go through the middle of it. So we just have to make sure we don't hit anything. It also has risers that run through the middle as well for watering. Josh just rolled up. We're gonna load him.
I have a few videos of me loading into you, I think.
Oh, I think I saw those.
only so many drivers, so they'll pull in with one truck and then they'll hop in the full truck and take off. So, but we're keeping them pretty busy, so that's good. Sorry, I keep switching zooms. One zoom you can see all the stuff on the window, and the other one you can't. So it's just about. And it's trickling out. I just like watching the grain come in. So we were talking about the draper header versus the auger header. The draper header just lays all the grain down and it moves nice and easy into the middle and pulls in. The auger header kind of lays down and then pulls it sideways and then pulls it in. So you might get a little more grain loss with the auger header, but I don't know that there's a ton of benefit from the draper header to the auger header, but I don't know. We like the draper header.
We feel like you can go just a little bit faster with the draper header.
Yeah.
Because everything feeds better.
Yeah.
Right now we're going about 4 miles an hour.
All right, well, we are stopped because of a little breakdown. So this is the gearbox. This shaft goes out, and there's a shaft that goes out and it runs the knives up there. Well, this little piece goes on these splines, and then it bolts to this piece that goes to the gearbox. Well, this piece, it has taken all the threads off. All the splines inside of this piece are gone. The shaft is fine, but this is just smooth inside now. It's just worn all the splines off. So we don't have a new one. So we're trying to decide if we want to drill a hole in it and put a bolt through it, or just weld it solid all the way around. But yeah, first pretty big breakdown of this thing.
It's not necessarily a big bad breakdown, it's just we don't have the parts.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a big deal if we had the part. It's just a little tiny, just a little hub. It would take 10 minutes to change it if we had the part. We just don't have the part. So we are trying to decide if we want to weld it or bolt it. But either way, it's going to be a little bit of a job to do. And obviously we don't want to weld it right here because that would definitely cause a fire. So yeah, first breakdown on the Fendt. But I mean, we do have a firefighter and fire commissioner here. So hey, if the fire started, we'd at least have quick response, right?
Yeah, there's a fire extinguisher on the ladder.
Why do you think I parked my pickup by the road? Quick egress out of the field.
You don't want a new pickup, huh, Trevor?
I do want a new pickup.
Well,
Nope.
park it in the field.
Somehow I don't think my insurance will pay for it.
Everybody's parking where their truck won't get lit on fire.
That sucker right there, though. If that thing catches on fire, we're pulling back in the field.
Pull the white truck in the field. Let it burn. That thing's got enough problems. We'll let that one burn. All right, we got this put back together to where we want to weld it. So this slides back and forth. So this doesn't mess up where the new hub goes when we actually get it. We slid it over a little ways, so we're going to weld it. So when we cut the weld off, the new hub will slide up to that weld and then we'll put it on. But yeah, we're just gonna weld that. They don't have that part, so we gotta just weld it on. All right, Christopher's getting ready to weld it. Luckily I can just look through the camera because I wouldn't be able to look directly at it, but I can look through my phone and look at it. And we did pull onto the dirt, so luckily there's no dry grain right here that's gonna light on fire. Except for maybe that little pile that's on the header. Well, we got one side welded. Now we just gotta turn it and weld the other side. The one worry we have is that if you can see, it isn't perfectly straight. But we cannot move this up. We can't get it perfectly straight. It has a little bit of slop in it, but when we weld it, there won't be any slop. So that's the one thing we're just a little bit worried about. But we'll get it turned over and weld the other side.
So have you ever heard the difference? What's the difference between a farmer and a welder? A welder doesn't think he can farm.
Yep, we're not professional welders. We just do it a lot.
Now I'll break all the slag off, brush it down, and then maybe put another bead around it. We really don't want it to break again.
Yeah. Now we get to analyze Christopher's welding abilities and see how good he is.
Well, it's better than yours with a stick, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I do a lot more MIG welding.
Look at that beauty of a farmer weld.
It'll work. He's just putting a second layer over that, make sure it doesn't break. And then we'll turn it on and see if it works. Or if it vibrates so freaking bad that we have to cut it off. Well, it's welded. I haven't chipped the slag off and it's really freaking hot, but it is welded. So we'll see if it works. What we're doing now is the knives. There's two sets of knives. So there's knives on this side and knives on that side, but they have to be in sync. So because this one all came apart, we had to move that side out as far as we could. And now we'll move this side out as far as we can over here, and then they should be in sync when we get it all back together. Okay, he's gonna turn it on, and we're gonna watch and see how it looks. I am standing back a little ways, just in case something comes flying apart. Turned it on and we found another thing that was broken. This brace underneath this bracket right here it just snapped off right there. So we're gonna take that bracket off and we're gonna just weld it back together as well. So it's a good thing we saw that, because this bracket was just flopping around. Okay, so we have it up here in the vise.
Let me go look at one.
And we're going to weld it back together. It's not at a 90-degree angle, so we're going to be welding it at a pretty good angle because it was supposed to be that way.
I think you're a little too steep, Christopher.
I think I held it up there when it was there, and those I figured as long as those were flat, that should be pretty good.
We can always bend it, straighten it out a little bit. Okay, well, top's welded. We're going to turn it over and weld the bottom. It's hot, but it's welded. So we're gonna let it cool down and then we'll put it back on. That bracket holds this piece of metal up, which is just the track that the belt rides in. So it also holds this piece up, which seems to be a pretty structural brace. So we'll make sure that's in the right spot too. All right, well, we're putting it back on, but I think we're gonna have to straighten it out because I think it's supposed to be a 90-degree angle. We just welded it how the crack fit together. So we'll get it back on and we'll probably have to bend it straight and then get it bolted up. Okay, we had to straighten it to put it on. But it is straight now and we'll put it on there. And
put the
If
nut
that
on
weld
those.
doesn't break, we probably won't ever replace that, but we'll probably get the part just in case it does break.
Tracy sent me a picture of buck fishing.
All right, we're back in business, hopefully. We're driving, where this stopped was halfway down the field, so we are driving down there. It's a little bouncy.
You can see that flex when it bounces.
Yeah, the header, this is a flex header. So when it bounces, it kind of flexes and moves around. Okay, well, we are going again. And if the knives all of a sudden stop on that side, we will know why. It's because the welds broke on that hub we just welded on, so. But for now, it's working. They'll have the new hub by tomorrow at noon, but that we basically lose almost a whole day of cutting if we waited that long. We could cut 150 acres by then. Got to get this done. We have other crops to get ready for, like potatoes and hay, and we have to haul manure. All right, well, Christopher's been teaching me how to run this thing, and it's a lot of buttons.
His first go around, you know, he's only broke a half a dozen things.
Oh,
Not really.
I did almost plug it up, and yeah, I had to drive around one of these power poles that are out here in the middle of the field. I'm almost plugging it up now because the grain all of a sudden got thicker. But we're going. It's a lot of stuff to watch. The one thing we did have happen is there's all these meters over here on the screen, and then there's these here sieves in the back. Well, the sieves, for whatever reason, it's an electrical issue, and Fendt knows about it. They have new parts, but it all of a sudden closed the sieves. Well, it opened one all the way up and closed one all the way down, and the ladder was like going in and out. So it's an electrical issue. They just have to order a new. There's a little control box in the back, but we had to shut. If you have one of these and that happens, we had to shut it. We had to back up, get the ladder moved, shut it off, and then Christopher went back there and he shut the battery off. So shutting the battery off for a couple minutes, reset everything. Look at that. I just plugged it up. Maybe.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did. Let's see. Let's back up.
So this is Terrence's first time plugging it up. Now I have to try to explain it to him how to stop it. Okay, so just shut your header off. Just the header.
Just the header.
Wait.
Oh, it took it.
Man, you got lucky. All right, fine. Put it back down. Keep going.
All right.
Gee, how come that never happens so easy for me?
I got lucky.
Well, he about plugged it.
I was
But
talking
you-
to you guys.
But you can see that the combine had no problem taking that full big wad of grain. So, but anyway, shout out to, we did have that problem with the sieves and stuff, but I just keep getting some texts from our salesman from Agri-Service, and they have when you buy one of these, Agri-Service has to buy another combine exactly what you have. In case yours is broke down for 24 hours, they will supply you with an identical machine, a combine. And so even though they didn't have the part that we needed that's new, he just texted me and said, hey, I'm going to take one off of our new machine so I can bring it out to you, because I can't have a replacement one here till Monday, and it's Thursday night because they'd order it tomorrow and it wouldn't get here till Monday. So he's going to go take that box off of their demo machine, or our backup machine, you might call it. So shout out to Chris Booth and Agri-Service here in Blackfoot. Agco, they do a good job. Ricky Dugan, their Fendt sales rep, who's over basically this half of the United States. He knows exactly what's wrong with everything, and pretty much exactly how to fix it. So we just call him and he says, yep, do this, and he'll say, I'll call him right now and get the parts ordered, and I can have a tech come out right now and just get you going. They don't want you to be stopped or down just as bad as you don't want to be stopped or down. So, when you're buying any machine, whether it be tractor, combine, baler, whatever you're buying anymore, you're buying service. And there's a lot of agri-service around here, just like there's a lot of John Deere dealers around here. So you're buying service. We have some good John Deere technicians, just the same as we have a lot of good agri-service technicians that work on balers and swathers and combines. Any kind of any equipment that they sell, they have to become trained on the machines that they sell. So,
but yeah, it is a little stressful learning how to drive a new piece of machinery. Obviously, once you get going, and once you learn what all the buttons do, it's not as stressful.
if you really want to see Terrence stress about running a machine with lots of buttons, go back through our feed and watch our potato harvest. And I bet you can find in there, Terran, when I taught him how to run the potato harvester, you don't realize you have so much to watch and move and do. You don't realize that you've been sitting in silence with no radio for 2 hours.
Yeah.
And you know, you don't realize that you haven't taken a drink of water, or you know, you get done and you're like, you're almost mentally exhausted after you run it. But after you run this, like I've run this now for what, 3-4 days.
Yeah.
After you run it, you know, I've had my phone on watching the Olympics.
Yeah.
Most of the time, so I can know how everything's set. I know what all the beeps mean, and as long as I'm watching it right here in front of us and it's not plugging, then usually it'll work all right. One thing we do need, Fent, are some windshield wipers, or let's call them mirror wipers, for the dust on our mirrors so we can see behind us.
Yeah,
So-
they get plugged up pretty good.
It just gets a little dusty.
I was looking for that switch. I didn't know where the switch was.
So, but yeah, Terran's doing pretty good. It does take a little while to get used to all these buttons, and I haven't even shown him what half of the buttons do.
There's a lot of buttons. It's like I'm flying a spaceship.
It is pretty much like, you know, Elon Musk and Starlink, whatever, they got nothing on us, right?
We're flying our own spaceship.
Anything else you want to tell? Like and subscribe to our videos. We're going to have a lot of content come out on this Fent, and we're going to try and not be biased, and we'll tell you every single thing that goes wrong with it. Oh, he's trying to plug it again. And we'll tell you what we like and what we don't like, and usually what we don't like, they're fast and eager to get that problem resolved. We did pay a little bit extra. This is a demo machine, but it's got a 5-year warranty. Basically, I would say bumper to bumper, but we'll say the front to the back and everything in between, the whole motor, transmission, every gearbox, every little thing we do on here so far, every little sensor is covered under warranty, bushing, you know, you name it right now. For 5 years, it is covered under warranty. So we'll just have to make sure to trade it at the 5-year mark. Get another machine with 5-year warranty.
Make sure it's under warranty. Of course, you got to know, every time you buy something new, whether it's a car, an RV, a tractor, whatever, it breaks the most the first time you use it, the first year you use it. After you use it for a few years, you've worked all the kinks out, and then it doesn't really break after that. Until it gets really old.
This thing only has like 150 threshing hours. It has like 250 engine hours because it was run around as a demo and it sat there idling. But it only has 150 hours on it actually cutting grain, you know, which is only, what, 2 or 3 weeks total? And so we are still trying to wear, they call it wearing the paint off or wearing the rust off. You get it all shined up and it runs a lot better, runs a lot smoother. And we're able to go a little bit faster to process a little bit more grain and get this project of cutting wheat done that we have to do.
All right. Well, I'm back at the grain cart. Yeah, driving the combine for the first time was a little stressful. It's definitely new. It's something I've never done before. I didn't even run the old combine. But this one, it's got a lot of sensors, a lot of features. So like, once you know how to run it, it's pretty easy. You just have to know what to watch for. But yeah, for the first time, learn how to run it. It's a lot, a lot of. If I hadn't run a whole bunch of other equipment and harvesters and all sorts of things in the past, man, it would be very intimidating to just go from not knowing how to run anything to running that. All right, well, I'm getting loaded backwards because we ran out of semis and one pulled in at the last minute. My bin was almost full, so he wasn't able to fill it all the way. So I ran over, hurried and dumped in the semi, and then he was already all the way full when I got back. So I just rushed in to get filled so he can keep going. We probably only have 2 or 3 more passes before we're done for the night, just because we don't have any more trucks. So ooh, he started the auger, and the auger shut off, and then he started it back up. They told us that if you did that, you would shear the bolts on the auger if the auger was full of grain. So maybe he doesn't have all the flaps open, but that's a risky move. If you shear a bolt, you have to pull this door open right here, and there's a big pulley under there with a bunch of bolts in it that are extra bolts, and you put one of those in and keep going. But luckily didn't shear a bolt. But yeah, we'll get this drained and we'll get going here in a minute. All right guys, we're about to the end of the day. We only have a couple more dumps from the combine left before we don't have any more room to store it. But before we go, if you made it this far in the video, I know you watch a lot of the videos. So I wanted to announce a little giveaway we're doing. So we were gonna do giveaways about every 10,000 subscribers we got, and then we just got busy and we just didn't do it. We didn't do one for 30,000 or 40,000, and now we've hit 50,000, which is crazy to me, but we're doing a giveaway. So in the link down below, there's a form where you can put your name and your phone number and your email address, and anybody can submit their name, whatever. And then once we get to probably the end of this month, we're gonna go through and we're gonna randomly pick somebody and we're gonna give them 300 bucks. And then we have another giveaway that, because we missed all the giveaways, we're doing a couple. If you have any skills with designing logos or anything, we want you to create a new logo. This is our current logo. We want you to do what you want and create a new logo for the channel. Maybe it could be put on a t-shirt or whatever. We're gonna pick the one we like the best and we're gonna send them 300 bucks. So if you're good at that, make sure to email me the logo that you made and we will pick our favorite and we'll send you 300 bucks. All right, well, we are now in the nighttime, at least early nighttime, but we got our lights on, so we are cutting. We can't go much more. We don't have any more space. We ran out of semis, so we just have the space of the grain cart is all. But we're still going. Gonna dump this load. This will just be a partial load, but at least he'll be able to do one more round. Man, I am not straight. And then there's a little bit left in one semi. I'll go dump it, and I think he can do 1 or 2 more rounds maybe. It's hard to keep this thing straight when I'm filming. But yeah, we got our lights on now. We're still running. All right, well, I just got done dumping into a semi, finished filling that one up, and I can see his lights flashing, so I'm rushing down there to get to him before he gets full. This last time he had to stop, and I don't want to have to make him stop, so we'll go unload him. Guys, I just got home and just want to say thanks for watching. Make sure to go down below, fill out that form. You don't want to miss the giveaway, and hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. Love you guys. what's up everybody? This is the 4th day of wheat harvest or grain harvest or whatever you want to call it. I've always called it grain harvest and grain, but apparently most people call it wheat and wheat harvest. So, well, whatever you want to call it, this is the 4th day. I'm rushing down the field to get to Christopher before he gets full. One problem with that is there's this line of pipe between him and me. So I hope I can get close enough, because now we're cutting the other direction, so I wouldn't be able to empty him on that on the way back over there. So hopefully I can get close enough to empty him here in a minute so he doesn't fill up before he gets to the other end. Well, he just gave me a hand signal that he thinks he can make it back to the other end, so I will just let him go. Go, be free, you wild Fendt combine. And I'll see you on the other end. All right, now he's full, so we're gonna empty him out here. See if I can, a little too far back. Let me scoot forward just a little bit more. It's hard to get the speed just right. There is a system where the GPS and stuff can link with the combine and they can go the same speed and everything, so you wouldn't have to adjust the speed and all that. Actually, so the guy who came out, I think his name's Ricky Dugan, he was telling us about, he's the Fendt guy who's helping us get this set up on the first day. He was telling us that they're testing over in the Midwest somewhere, that he was driving a combine and they had 2 grain cart tractors and 2 grain carts, and they were autonomous. So there was nobody in the cab, and when the combine needed a grain cart, he'd push a button on an iPad and the grain cart would just drive over to the combine, load up, and then it would drive back to where the semis were, and then the truck drivers would dump they would hop in the grain cart and they'd go dump it in the truck. But that's crazy that they have autonomous grain carts. But I mean, with technology and all the advancements, I could only expect something like that to happen eventually. I wouldn't be surprised if eventually a lot of farming equipment, tractors and stuff is all autonomous, just because there's less and less farmers every year. Farming is hard. It's hard to make money. So there's less people that want to farm, and if we can just make some things autonomous, it makes everything easier. We are stopped again, but not because something broke this time, because we have parts finally. So yesterday there's a little box about right here that just controls the sieves and stuff from the outside of the combine, and that was doing something funky, and it was causing the sieves to close randomly and causing the ladder was like moving back and forth. But we have Agri-Service out here, and they had another combine just like this one, and because they couldn't get the part for about a week, they just took it off of their other combine that was sitting in their yard, and they're gonna put it on. So it's nice to have a dealer that's willing to get you what you need as fast as you can so that you can get running again. So, I mean, the combine's been working, but every once in a while it just closes the sieves and makes the ladder go all weird and whatever. But yeah, so he's out here, he's actually in the cab, and he's gonna put this on so we can get going, and hopefully that solves all the issues. So this is the little box. It's just a little box back here underneath the shield where you can adjust your sieves, you can move your ladder, you also can turn your lights on and off and stuff. And they said that in the old ones, because this is a 2022 combine, I think, there's a glitch in here that causes that to happen. So he brought out a new one. This is from a brand new combine, and supposedly they fixed all the problems with it. So he's gonna take this one out and put this one in, and hopefully that solves all their problems. Okay, well, he just got that little box replaced with the new one. So now he's checking it to make sure that it's gonna work. And then we'll get going again. We don't have very much left of this field. Just a few rounds, and then we'll be moving to the next one. Okay, well, they got it all back together. They're gonna go see how it goes. I gotta go hop in the grain cart because he's just about full. This thing revs up, it sounds like a jet engine. stopped. Sorry if it's a little windy. He's out here with the agri-service salesman. And got something in my throat. Probably some grain dust. But it looks like they're just checking to see if there's any grain loss.
There's a couple.
Looks like there's just a couple. All right, so what they're doing is looking on the ground for grain. I guess after we put that little box on that we just replaced, we were supposed to recalibrate it. We didn't know. We don't even know how. So when Christopher got out here to the field to trade Josh off, the grain was hitting the truck. So it was leaking a lot of grain out because it wasn't recalibrated, and the sieves were closed, and it was just dumping a lot of, not all the grain, it was dumping a lot of it out the back. So they recalibrated it, and now we're back to searching and searching. I only found one. I think once I found 2 kernels. But, so we're back to where it should be with almost no loss. Yeah, we're gonna get back going here. We have a lot of grain to do. Okay, well, with this last little strip he's got on the edge, we will be done with this field. So we'll be moving to another field. Josh is down at the other end of the field. The header trailer is right there. So I'm gonna drive down there and probably have him dump the rest of the grain that he has into my cart, and I'll go dump it into a truck, and then we'll head over to the next field. All right, we made it. Oh my goodness, that was a big bump. Good night. Woo! Oh, I'm off the road. I'm gonna stop. We made it. Combine made it. Header made it. So we're gonna get all this hooked up. Actually, we have to run back to the other field and get our vehicles, and then we'll come get this hooked up and get going. Well, they just got the header hooked up. We haven't hooked up any of the drive shafts or anything. Man, it is windy today, so sorry about that. It's probably loud in the microphone. But we gotta get the drive shafts hooked up and the hydraulics and electronics hooked up. Show you how we hook that up right now, because I haven't showed you guys that yet. So that's the port where the electronics hook up. Just hook the drive shaft up.
You gotta remember to put this down, that locks the header on.
Oh yeah, don't want to forget that little lever right there. This just plugs in. And locks on. And then you're good to go. There's one more drive shaft on the other side just like this, but that's all that it takes to hook this big header up onto this beast. Just unfolded the bin. We're gonna get going here. The semis are lining up on the road to get in here, so we got to cut along the end so they have somewhere to pull in. Oh, don't hit me. Now I just follow him along the edge of the field until he gets full. This field has some gravelly patches that are a little drier. This right here is a lot drier because the pivot doesn't hit it. So that's basically dry land wheat. But the rest of this pivot should be pretty good. Vent. Well, I was just about to unload Christopher and he plugged the header. So the reason we keep plugging the header is just because we're trying to cut as low as we can to keep all of the straw, because we can bale the straw and sell it. But it keeps plugging the header up if we go a little bit too fast. So every once in a while we have to, it has a creep mode where it can go nice and slow and you reverse it. You just have to reverse it and feed it in. It's only plugging the header. It's not plugging the feeder house or the rotors or anything, just the header. but most of the time it works great. But every once in a while we get a plug like this. We'll see if it'll feed in. There it goes. It would work a little bit better if the opening on the header that pulls it in was a little bit wider, because the opening on the feeder house is wider. So it could use a bigger opening on that header. And maybe one of the honeybee headers would have a bigger opening, but this one doesn't. All right, I'm just loading into a truck now. This field, I'm not sure what the yield is. I'll have to call Christopher and see what it's yielding, but he's not getting quite full. The lights aren't even coming on when he gets back to me. So I was able to get 3 dumps of the combine in here because they weren't full loads in the combine. Barely fit, but I should be able to fill this entire semi in one shot. We'll see. I'll bring you back when I'm getting close to the end. We'll see if I can get it in one shot. All right, well, we're getting near the end. We're over halfway. I'm not sure, but I think we can fill them. It's getting close. Starting to run down. I think he's full enough that he can take it in. We're just gonna get every last little bit out of this grain cart. And I think that's about it. Shut this off. Shut this off. That'll do. One truck full. All right, so on this field, the yield is lower. We're hopefully we'll average about 100 bushel to the acre on this field, but he says that this field is very gravelly. So if I just look at the ground right here, it's like you can just see all the rocks. It's like when there's rocks just on top, it is very gravelly ground, especially like right here. You can see all the rocks right there. So it's a very gravelly field, which makes it poor soil. And even if you look across here, you may not be able to tell. You can see the darker spots and the lighter spots. The lighter spots are where there's good soil, but the darker spots is where it's gravelly and the water just soaked through, so it didn't get as good of watering. So that's why we're having a little bit less. He's not able to get quite as full going from one end to the other as he was in the past fields. This is probably one of our worst fields as far as gravelly ground goes, but the yield should definitely pick up as we get into other fields. We have some fields that are really, really good ground, and we're hoping they're really good yields. Right now I'm zipping through the field at a good 12 miles an hour. We got over to the pivot. There's the pivot. And Christopher just went past it, so I'm gonna go move the pivot, start moving the pivot this way so we can get it out of the way so we can finish all of this weed over here. So let's go move the pivot. All right, well, I just hope this pivot will move. Again, sorry for the wind. Oh, because this pivot has given me trouble all year. So let's see what we can do. All right, I want to turn on a park. Come on, park. At, let's go 85. Nope. Not 85. At, oh, let's see, 355. Done. There, now we have a line right there. We're just gonna reverse it and start. Change this
speed to 100. And actually, we're just gonna park it at 358. Done. Because I don't want it to come too far this way and get into where we're cutting, so I just want it to go right there. And then we can move it a little bit more once we cut a little bit more, but it is moving slowly, but it is going. All right, if you look way over there, you can see the combine and the grain cart. Trevor just traded me off for the day. Sorry about the wind, but I'm gonna go home. So if you made it this far in the video, just remember, we're doing 2 giveaways. So down in the description below, there'll be a form that you can go put your name on to get a chance to win 300 bucks. And then we're doing another giveaway that if you're any good at designing logos or anything, this is our current logo, make a logo for the channel, send it to my email, which is also down in the description, and we'll pick the best one and we'll send you 300 bucks too.
Well, hey guys, we're out here in the grain cart, covering the camera up, terrible cameraman. But training the next generation. I got my son Hunter here driving the grain cart. Turn a little drive too. Yeah, my other son's down there. He's playing on his phone. But yeah, we're out here in the field, and Josh is over there. Christopher's son had a birthday today, so he took the afternoon off, which is nice that we can do that during harvest. But he's got one of his boys in the combine with him having a little fun today. Some things in life you just can't experience unless you're a farm kid, like having to go out and stand by the engine because Dad's got the tractor too cold for you. But things farm kids get to experience. It's great. Get to come out here, run in the fields at dusk. Just 2 brothers having fun.
All right, welcome out today. I think this is day 6. I missed day 5, I was gone. But we're here on day 6, still going. I think today we are officially halfway done. So we should finish this week. Just emptying Christopher into me. I've already loaded 1 truck today. They were a little late getting the trucks out. And we were just at a standstill waiting for trucks, but we're going now. There's another truck at the end of the field. I think when I get this load full, which he should be able to fill me all the way up, I should be able to just go completely fill that truck back there. So looks like it's already starting to heap up. I don't know if he's watching. Okay, he's watching, because he can move the boom. And some people have commented that I call it a boom instead of an auger. Yes, it is an auger, but I don't know, I call it a boom. Mainly because in spud harvest, we have the big boom that sticks out of the side of the harvester to load the trucks. And so everything that loads a truck or loads something, I just call it a boom. So there you go. That's why I call it a boom. But yes, it is just a big auger and it works great. So I'm gonna leave him. He just finished unloading and I'm gonna go over here load this semi. All right, got my boom out, or my auger. Just need to turn this on. Man, that is not focusing, is it? No, turn that on too. You'll see this number right there. That's the gate inside opening up. So that's what that means. That's what I clicked on the hydraulics. That's what opened that up, so that it lets the grain into the auger. So I think I have enough to load this entire truck, but we'll see. Well, I almost had enough. Still have I can fill him in one more dump from the combine. I'll be able to fill him up, but he's almost full. Christopher's coming up to these power poles. It's gonna be pretty close whether he can fit next to him. I think he can squeeze past. Woo, that was close. So you may notice in this field that we have all this stuff. So that's not wheat. So the wheat is over there. You can see where it's short and even. This big, tall, nasty stuff is not wheat. It's growing in the wheat. It's wild oats. So everywhere around, all the farmers around, everybody's having problems with these wild oats. So the reason the wild oats are bad, and so what he's going through, normally there would be kernels in that stuff, but it's wild oat kernels, not wheat kernels. But all the kernels have fallen out, so they're empty. So it's not getting wild oats into the wheat. The problem is where we have these really bad wild oats, the yield of the wheat drops, because when you have two plants competing for the same piece of ground, for the same nutrients, it drops the yield. So yeah, there's lots of wild oats in there. There is wheat in there, but not very much wheat. The yield is definitely dropping right here, and they get even worse up here. Like this field is especially bad with the wild oats. But yeah, it drops the yield of the wheat, and the problem with these wild oats is normally you just spray for them, but the wild oats have become resistant to all the sprays. So the only thing that can actually kill the wild oats is Roundup, but the Roundup would also kill the wheat, so we can't spray it. This is even a different variety of wheat than our other fields, because we thought that with this variety there's a spray you can use on it that won't kill the wheat. We thought it might kill the wild oats, but clearly we were wrong. So it's a problem that everybody's having, and nobody really has a solution other than if you put it in Roundup Ready hay for a few years, you can spray the wild oats and kill it. But the problem with that is hay really isn't worth anything, so nobody wants to do that. We did that on one field. The field behind Christopher's house that we were using that fluffer on is Roundup Ready hay, and we were able to spray it because that had really bad wild oats. But we were able to spray that and get the wild oats to go away. But we don't like putting more and more fields into hay because hay is almost worthless. You don't make, most years you don't make hardly any money on hay, so it's not really worth growing. So we can get rid of some of the wild oats when it's in spuds, because we can spray them with a different spray that'll kill them. But this is one problem. We only have it in a couple of fields, but this field is one in particular that is really, really thick and really bad, especially right there. It's like all wild oats right there. But and the wild oats, another problem with the wild oats, they're so much taller than the wheat that if you get really thick wild oats and then the wind comes up, the wild oats will actually lay the wheat down, and that makes it hard to pick up the wheat. So I'll show you up here where there's a patch of wheat in the wild oats that's all laid down. So you can see right here, this is all kind of laid down. He's able to usually cut it. He has to go slower, but you can see that when the wild oats get tall and thick, the wind just pushes it all down. So it makes it really hard to pick up the wheat when it's all laid down. So that is one problem with the wild oats. Luckily this year, this is about the only patch that had a little bit of laid down grain or wheat. I keep calling it both, but yeah, so he has to see, he's having to slow down in order to, he slows down and drops the header to actually cut and pick up that laid down wheat. But luckily there shouldn't be any wild oats left in the heads of these, so we shouldn't get docked for it in the grain. But yeah, it's just not a good situation, and we don't really have a good solution to get rid of it. All right, well, we are just finishing the last little strip of this field. And that's it. This field's done. Josh is over here with the header cart. So we're gonna go unhook the header and head over to the next field. I probably won't do a whole lot of filming outside today because it's like 20-mile-an-hour winds and the audio would sound like crap, and I don't want to subject you guys to that. So we're just gonna pull over here and unhook it and take off. See you in the next field. Well, we made it. This field, this is our home field. So it's right where all our cellars and stuff are at. This is the biggest field we have. I think it's 250 acres. It might be 240, but it's one of the biggest fields we've got. So it should take us a couple of days. This field has mile-long rows once you get behind the cellars. So it'll be interesting to see how often I have to empty the combine on these long rows. But because it is so windy outside, maybe we'll just watch him hook the cart up from inside the tractor so I can actually show you. Right now Josh is just unhooking the straps on the cart. Or not on the cart, on the header. I wonder what they're saying. Like, man, this looks dusty. Why is it so windy out here? All this wind is just blowing all this chaff all over me. I'm getting so itchy. Try and stay out of the chaff. Alright, I'm gonna check this chain, make sure it's still good. Nothing's broken. Nothing looks hot. Man, I wonder what that is. Is that a greaser I missed? Nah, no, I got that one. Oh, maybe I didn't. Let me look closer. Oh, I gotta touch it. Make sure that the grease is fresh. Yeah, I got that one. Just make sure to watch the ladder so it doesn't swing out and hit the header. Alright, I'll watch it. Gotta sweep all my cab grain off. I'm sure they'll appreciate all my commentary of what they might be saying. Keep it straight, keep it straight. Don't break anything. Oh, too far. Back up. Not straight enough. Got it. That combine can lift the header so high. So all the way up like that, it's about 6 feet. Like I can walk underneath it. But then he can also twist it. So it's like 10 feet off the ground on one side. So it's kind of crazy how high. I mean, the points of it are taller than the cab right there. Christopher just about got stuck. So right here there's a ditch and it leaks, so it's kind of green and wet right here. So we tried to stay far enough away from it, but he got going and almost got stuck. I'm gonna make sure I turn away because I'm in a track tractor, but believe it or not, track tractors suck in the mud. They do not do well in mud. But he left a nice little rut we'll have to fill in with the disc when we get to discing this field. I wouldn't have thought it'd be wet right there because that grain doesn't look too bad, but yeah, that's wet. Good thing he didn't get stuck because that would suck to pull him out. Well, he's full. We just got done opening up the end of this, the edge of this field. And, oh man, I like that windshield wiper. We just opened up both ends, went around the side, so now we can actually get rolling on the just going back and forth across the field. But we'll get going here pretty quick. Just have to unload this, which my bin, you can actually see in it through that little porthole. That's the grain in there. My bin is just about full, so hopefully there's a semi here shortly.
stand over here out of the wind next to my tractor. So he's got the leaf blower up there. He's blowing off some stuff, some filters and stuff. It's getting a little bit hot, I guess. So he's blowing some filters or something off that's up there so that it hopefully will cool back down. So that's kind of what we're working with right now. It is pretty windy out here, so I can't do a whole lot of filming because I don't have my mic.
Okay, well, I've got the combine on one side, we're going along, and then here's the baler. Our baler broke down last week, and they were finally able to get some parts. So the baler's out here now. I see a couple of broken bales, so I don't know that it's fixed. Maybe they're just testing it to see what more parts they need, because the bales that are right here are busted. So we'll I wonder what's going on. But we'll watch the baler as it drives by. So all of this straw that we leave in these windrows will get baled up into bales and then sold. So there's been a lot of comments of what are we doing with all the straw in the field? Well, we bale it. But here's the baler. You ever wondered what we do with the straw? Now you know. These are big square 4x4 bales. I'm not sure what parts were broken. Something with the tying of the knots and the twine, but looks like they're still kind of working on it. All right, I'm just following the combine. We finally got past the cellars. So he's doing a full pass all the way from one end to the other. These are basically just about a mile long rows. So his lights just came on and I could see a little heap of grain on top of there, but he's able to cut the whole mile without being full. With our old combine, we had to dump them twice in the mile. So having that big bin definitely helps. All right, I just wanted to show you guys that the smoke has been blown away. So it's been pretty windy here the last few days, and all the smoke is pretty much gone. So you can see the mountains again. So we have a lovely view of all these stupid windmills up on the mountain. Everybody's pretty mad that they put them up there because it just ruined the view. But luckily we have this view over here too. So we do have some non-windmill mountains to look at. But yeah, we can now see the mountains again, which is great. The air quality has gotten better. There was some days where you could not see the mountains at all. It was kind of crazy. But we're still going. Now you can see the mountains. So now you got a view. It's getting into about evening. The sun's starting to go down. We're still rock and rolling though. Oh, I gotta speed up just a little bit. Had a pretty good day. Man, it is hard to keep this thing straight when I'm filming. We've done a lot. We've got onto this. This field has those really long rows, and man, with really long rows, we are able to fill trucks really fast. It's like one round on these long rows, and we've filled 1.5 trucks. So they may have to. The trucking company may have to throw in a truck or two here and there to keep up, just on this field, because the rows are so long and we're filling so fast. But it also looks like the yield is pretty good. I haven't talked to Christopher to see what the yield actually is, but I feel like the yield is pretty good. He's filling up pretty quick. So we do still have some wild oats in this field. We don't have as many, but there are still some wild oats around, little patches of it. So where we get into those wild oats, the yield drops, but for the most part, it's doing pretty good. It's been a good harvest so far. We've only had a handful of breakdowns, and we are over halfway done now. So looks like he just finished. So I'm gonna pull away, but Fendt is doing amazing. I don't know why people don't like it so much, but it's pretty awesome. So now the real question is, I'm not all the way full, but I don't think I could take one more dump. So he's over here combining. Hey, look at that sunset. But the trucks are like a mile away, clear at the other end of this field. So we're gonna see if I can make it all the way down there, unload, and make it back before he's full. I don't know if it's possible, but we're gonna try it out. Man, look at that view. Look at those mountains. Haven't seen those in a while. It's been smoky here for like a month. So seeing the mountains again is kind of nice. All right, I'm unloading. I'm trying to hurry. We'll see if we make it back in time. I don't think I have enough to fill this truck, but it'll be close. All right, we are on our way back. And wouldn't you look at that sunset? I love sunsets during harvest. They're just so nice. I'm just cruising along. Ooh, I need to rev it up all the way. 12 miles an hour, that's what I want. Had it idled down a little bit. Man, look at that view. It actually looks better in the camera than it does in real life. It's like the camera can see all the color spectrum that my eyes can't. Looks pretty awesome. It's kind of like when we had the Northern Lights. Does anybody remember the Northern Lights like a month ago? I couldn't see them with my naked eye, but my camera caught them real good. I feel like that's what it's doing right here. That is pretty. But I'm kind of a sucker for a view, so if it's a good view, I definitely like it. I like to go to travel places. I've traveled places that, man, I can't talk. I like to travel places where there's a good view, like in the mountains or on a beach somewhere. I don't really like going into cities because, I don't know, I'm not a city boy. I grew up out in the country. I like to avoid cities if possible. So yeah, anywhere with a good view, I like to go there. All right, let's see where he's at. Oh, I spotted him. He's over there. His lights are not blinking yet. Oh man, pillar's in the way. His lights aren't blinking yet. So we made it all the way there, unloaded, and all the way back, and we're good. Looks like he's cutting next to the hand lines so they can come move him out of the way. Man, I just can't get over how good that sunset looks. I mean, it's like extra orange because of the smoke that's in the air. That's just pretty. Except I can't go over there. See all this right here? We had the wash plant set up right here, and all the potato waste ran down the hill. So this is all potato waste stuff. So we're just gonna disc it in, but right now I don't know that he wants to drive through that. So he hasn't opened up that little end piece. So I can't drive over there until he gets it opened up. So we'll just wait right here. See what he decides to do with that. We'll probably just go around it. There's plenty of room. But we can look at that view. Yeah, these are all just vines and potatoes and stuff. It's just going around the end of it. Sorry, it is a little bit windy. I'm trying to block the wind. Yeah, this is all the nasty potato waste that just rolled down the hill as we washed all those potatoes. Yeah, we had a whole cellar go rotten on us of potatoes. 70,000 sacks, and we borrowed a wash plant, and we were able to go wash the potatoes, and we saved probably 50,000, maybe 55,000 sacks of it. Lost maybe 10,000 sacks. So yeah, if you haven't seen that, go check that out. That's where all those potato waste wash stuff out in the field, that's where that came from. I just can't get over the view. The view is so good. With the combine and the sunset, that's amazing. But I gotta go get back in the tractor and unload it. Well, I couldn't help it. I had to get some more shots with the sunset. It's got lights on now. Just looks awesome. Okay, I'm on my way to unload, but I don't know if you can see the mountain. Oh, it's blinking red. Yeah, that's the main reason people don't like those windmills, because they just flash red. So apparently they don't have to have red lights on them. So they're trying to get a bill passed to remove all the red lights. We'll see if that happens. But I gotta get to the other end of the field. All right, I'm unloading my last load of the day. Once I get this unloaded, I'm just gonna go park it by the cellars. Christopher can fill it back up and we'll dump it in the morning. All right guys, well thanks for joining me today. I'm gonna call it the end of the day, seeing how it's dark and we don't have any more trucks that we can fill. So make sure you go down below, fill out the form for the giveaway. If you want to create a logo to win as well, maybe even more, maybe you win both. Yeah, make a logo, send it to my email. It'll also be down in the description. Well, welcome out to day 7, but it's going to be a short day. Let me show you why. I don't know if you can see that, but that's rain. It started raining this morning, and we have semi trucks at the other end, and we have a grain cart that's half full, and we didn't tarp anything because it wasn't supposed to rain, and here it is raining. So I'm basically on my way down to this semi to finish loading him and then tarp him, and then we'll just wait until the grain dries out, probably tomorrow. So yeah, it's gonna be a short day. Well, while we're waiting for the grain to dry out, we decided we'd come in here, me and Trevor, and we're building this chain. So this is the floor chain for this truck. So we're welding the slats in and getting it all put together. Trevor's cutting all the slats. We have 25 slats to weld in, so it's gonna take us a while, but because we got rained out, we have time to do it, so I guess that's a good thing. But back to grain. But before we go back to grain, I thought I would come show you the cellar, because this is the cellar that had all the rotten potatoes in it, and we just destroyed the floor. So we've had a guy here, he's been using all of his equipment to smooth it all out. We've had a lot of dirt brought in because we hauled a lot of dirt out. So I'm gonna show you this for a second. So look at this nice floor. It's brand new. So we brought in a whole bunch of dirt, I think about 5 or 10 loads of dirt. And he had to come in and he ripped all the floor up and got all the ruts broke up. And he just did this with a skid steer, but he's got all these different attachments. But he got it nice and smooth and level, and it's all built up right to where the pipes are gonna go. And it's all brand new. So we have about a month to a month and a half till we start putting potatoes back in here. So yeah, we gotta let it sit and dry out and harden, and then it'll be good to go for potatoes. Well, the grain is still wet. So this is our new even flow bin. We're down here at Sputnik. We're picking up our even flow bin and our piler today, and we'll get all of the other stuff later. It's not done yet, but the even flow's done, the piler's done, so we're just here hooking up a few things, and we're gonna pull it back to the shop. Brand new even flow bin. It's pretty nice. I couldn't tell you the specs on it. I just know it's big. It's gonna have 2 stingers on the front, and we should be able to unload 2 trucks, maybe not at the same time, but have a constant flow coming up and be able to run constant. But yeah, as the rest of our equipment gets done, we'll be coming down and picking it up. But this is a huge upgrade to ours. Ours is 30 years old, so this will be nice. But we got speed controls, all the jacks are hydraulic jacks. Ours are all hand crank. So yeah, this thing's gonna be a huge upgrade compared to what we have now. But we got a new even flow bin, we got a new sorter table, we're getting all new conveyors, we're getting new piler, just all new seller equipment because ours just broke so much last year. And we have Grandpa here. He wanted to come down and make sure we were getting the right thing. What do you think, Grandpa?
Nice. That looks really good.
Yeah,
Well built.
it's pretty nice. They put all the motors right here so you can have easy access.
Never gonna break down.
Never gonna break down. Well, Grandpa said it, so it'll happen. We won't have any breakdowns. It'll just run flawlessly. There's our piler. They're bringing it around. So we're gonna back our F550 because those pilers are so stinking heavy. You got to have something that can actually pull it. But we're gonna get this hooked up. We'll pull it on home. Now this isn't the biggest piler they make because we didn't think we needed the biggest one that they had. But this should more than do the job for what we're doing. It does have really wide belts. These have 40-inch wide belts on them. We just needed something with more capacity so we can run full speed. Got her hooked up, ready to go. We got to do one thing though. We got to go like this. That ain't going nowhere. Well, we're pulling the even flow bin back. The piler ended up not being, well, I think it's the right piler, but they didn't put a few parts on that we'd ordered. So we're gonna leave the piler there and they're gonna get the parts that we want on it. It's supposed to have a rear cross conveyor that goes underneath like the belt to push the dirt out to the side. And it didn't have that on it. So they're gonna pull it back in and put a few parts on it. We'll come get it another day. But yeah, we're following Christopher, pulling this back. It's pretty wide, so it'll be interesting to pull this through town. All right, it's official. We are going again. It only took 2 days to dry out because it wouldn't quit sprinkling, but we're going. The moisture is a little high, but it's under the limit. I think the limit's 14, and I think he said it's at a 13 or a 12, so higher than it was. It was at a 10 and a 9, but it's still low enough that we can cut it. So we are going again. We're gonna try and get as much as we can done because it's supposed to rain again in about 5 or 6 hours. So we're gonna see what we can do. All right, first dump after the rainstorm. It's nice to be back in the tractor, back going, because we were just kind of at a standstill trying to find things to do until it dried out. But we do wish we wouldn't have been stopped, because had we not got stopped, we would have been done this week. But now it looks like we might be going into next week, but probably to be done Monday, unless we get rain today and then we're rained out for another day and a half or 2 days. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much we can get done. Hopefully we can get about done and just have a little bit on Monday, but it all depends on how fast we can go. Well, he just got me all the way full, and this is probably the most full that I've ever been. I can't usually see the grain in my cart, but you can see the grain's heaped up. He had to move it back and forth quite a bit. This is a very full load, but I probably have enough to go fill one of these semis all the way up over here. So I'll go over there and fill up a semi. Well, I just got finished dumping and I was able to load that entire semi with one cart full. So yeah, I was really full because I can only load a whole semi if I'm basically heaped up and about to run over. But I'm all the way empty now, so I gotta drive back down to the other end of the field. He's down there. I gotta go catch him because I gotta dump him out on the other end. Well, we are currently on the longest rows that we have. They're almost a mile long, and he's able to go all the way from one end to the other end, but he is heaping full of grain. So if we had much longer rows, we definitely have to fill him in between. Unload him, I guess, not fill him. He's filling already. But he'll turn around right here at the end, and then we'll unload him. This thing's still doing an awesome job. Well, my mom just brought my grandpa out. He's 89 years old, and he's still pretty active on the farm as far as what we do and when. He always comes out and makes sure that we're doing everything the way that we need to, and making sure to check on everything. He likes to check on the cellars and the potatoes, and so he wanted to come out and ride in this new combine that he helped purchase, because he's still a partner on the farm. So we wanted to make sure that he was able to come out and ride in this new fancy combine. He used to run the old combine. So our old combine was a New Holland CR 9060, I think. And a few years ago, he was probably 85. So it's been about 4 years or so. But he was climbing up, and he was sweeping he spilled a little bit of grain on the cab. Well, he was climbing up to sweep the grain off the cab. He was out here by himself waiting for a truck, and he had his foot on the glass door handle. Well, the door handle shattered, and my grandpa right there, he at 85 tumbled back over the railing, landed head first onto the header, and then fell and landed on his head on the ground. And he thought he actually broke 2 or 3 ribs and broke his back in 1 or 2 spots, and I think it may have cracked one of his vertebrae in his neck. And so he just laid there until we got out there. I think my dad was actually the next truck out, and then I got out there, and we got him back, and he's all fixed up. But yeah, I think about 6 months later, he was, well, not even 6 months, 2 or 3 months later, he was out at the cellar on his 4-wheeler, making to check and make sure that all the cellar equipment when we were harvesting potatoes was running good. So yeah, he's always been a hard worker, and he's always wanted to come out and make sure everything's working good. So I'm glad he's able to ride in the combine. He said after he fell off the combine, he doesn't want to run the combine anymore. So he hasn't run it since, but he likes to ride in it. I sure hope Grandpa likes this new combine. I'm sure he will. Our old combine couldn't go very fast, and he likes to go fast. So the fact that this one goes about 5 miles an hour, I'm sure he is thrilled with that. Christopher's probably showing him all the fancy high-tech buttons and gadgets. Well, it's really hard to see through the glass, but Grandpa's watching it unload. He was so full that he just decided to stop. He gets a lot of grain in one pass. Well, what do you think, Grandpa?
Looks like a good machine.
Good machine?
It should last.
Really high tech in there. It sure does a lot of grain. That's for sure. All right, I'm just moving down to the other end of the field. He just dumped into me, but we have a little bit of a problem that I can see over here. So that doesn't look good. Looks like we might get rained out here before too long. Sometimes, so it's hard to know whether the storm's actually gonna hit you or not, because we have these mountains right here, and sometimes the storms will come this direction, but then they'll just follow the mountains and they'll just go around us. So that happens a lot, and right now it's to the mountains. So I guess we'll see if it's gonna follow the mountains or if it's gonna come get us, because it doesn't look bad over here. So if it follows the mountains and we just get this little strip here, we might be fine. But it's hard to say right now. It's not looking promising. That looks pretty dark. If that hits us, we're definitely done for the day. Storm's getting closer. And if I look over here, right there, that's dust kicking up. So it's definitely got some wind with it. Right now, it's currently dead calm. So we're in the calm before the storm. So we'll see. Well, we're in a little bit of a predicament because the storm is here. I'll record the storm because there's tons of lightning, so we'll see if we can catch some. Christopher is on his way to the other end of the field. my grain cart is full. It's probably got a little bit of room in there, but I can't see it. Oh, there's some lightning. But my grain cart is full, and so is the combine, and we don't have any more semis. So at least I can tarp my grain cart. So I'm gonna go down to the other end, and we'll see if Christopher wants to dump into me, and then we'll tarp it, because it looks like we may not get this, but it's still raining right here, and it's kicking up a lot of dust all along the bottom. So we're definitely gonna get hit with something. I don't know how bad it's gonna be, but at least I can tarp my cart. So we might just try and stuff the cart clear full and see how much rain we get. Tarp the cart and go about our day. Okay, well, Christopher just dumped as much as he possibly could into the cart. But look at this. See all this stuff right here? That's dust. Just blowing. So the grain's barely moving. We haven't got the wind yet, but we're about to get pummeled by wind. We might get pummeled by rain too, because the mountains are slowly disappearing. So, yeah, that's fun. Wonder what it'll look like once I get up over this hill. I'm going slow because I don't want to pop the tires or something on this cart, because it is quite full and they are quite squishy. Oh man, there's raindrop. There's raindrop right there. It's starting to rain, and it's really struggling to pull up this hill with the cart. Oh my goodness, look at all that dust. That is a few thousand feet high of dust. It's definitely coming for us. We did not escape it. Darn it. I'm down here at the end of the field where these trucks are. Neither one of them are tarped, so I cannot tarp the cart. The tarp will not go over that pile of grain. He's full. He got full, shut the auger off, turned the auger back on, and sheared a bolt. So luckily the mechanic is here. Agri-Service is out here, so the mechanic's in there with him. So they're gonna get that fixed, and I'm gonna go try and tarp these two trucks so they don't get poured on with rain. The rain shouldn't go too deep into the grain anyway, so it's probably not gonna be a big deal, but I'm gonna go see what I can do about tarping these trucks. Well, it looks like we might be getting what I hoped for. So there was this little gap that didn't have a whole lot of rain, and it looks like that's coming for us. The main part of the storm is over the mountains over there. We're getting some wind and a little bit of rain, but let's see if I can load this truck without the grain blowing away. I have enough grain in my cart that I will be able to load this entire truck. So I gotta load it, and then I gotta try and tarp it. I was able to tarp one of those other trucks, and then this truck showed up. So I'm gonna get this truck loaded. Well, they fixed the shear bolt. Yay, and it's working. Those shear bolts were so hard to get to. It took 2 guys to get in there. They're up underneath this panel right here. There's 4 extra shear bolts, but I guess it was pretty hard to get to the shear bolts. So we'll get this unloaded, and then he only made it about halfway back. So he's gonna go halfway down the field, and then he'll come this direction. And then we'll empty him again, because he can't make it all the way back if I don't empty him. But yeah, anyway, that storm pretty much did what I thought it was gonna do. It came and hit those mountains, and then it just moved off to the side. So we only got a little tiny bit of rain. So it's probably dry enough that we can still go. I guess we'll find out. We didn't get a whole lot of rain, so should be good. Well, I filled that other truck, but just looking at it now, you can see how bad the wind is. It's just blowing the dust that comes out of the back just all the way across. So, but the storm missed us, and now the storm is converged on the other side. So we just got lucky, really lucky. So I'll go to the other end and unload him at the other end. All right, guys, well, we just got done. Thanks for watching. You can see another thunderstorm in the back, and look, there's the moon. I'm touching the moon. Doop, just touched it. So make sure you go down in the description, fill out the form for the giveaway, and if you want to create a new logo or a design for the channel and submit that to my email, we'll pick our favorite at the end of the month, and you'll each get $300. The $300 for the logo, $300 for the giveaway. All right, everybody, welcome out to day 8 of grain harvest. We got the combine here. We're just getting it all greased up. Man, that sun is bright. I almost can't keep my eyes open. But we should have a good day. We're getting started early in the day. As you can see, there's no clouds, so we're not expecting any rain. And we are on these long rows still. So we should be able to get a lot done today. We're gonna finish this field and hopefully finish the next field too. So maybe I'll, if I remember, I'll give you an acre update of how many acres we actually did today. So we do have a couple of issues with the combine that we're just keeping an eye on, and I'll go have Christopher explain what those are. Okay, so explain what the vibration feels like and like what we think it might be.
Okay, so the vibration's getting a little bit worse. We've looked and looked to try to find, we've opened up the concaves we've pulled the rasp bars down so you can actually pry on the concaves. There's no play in the beater, the feeder house, everything looks good. The vibration changes a little bit when we speed up and slow down the rotor. The slower it goes, you can feel it more. Some of the funny things about this vibration is when you go down a hill, it gets worse. When you go up, it almost goes away. So maybe what we're thinking is the rotors, they're at an angle. Maybe the steeper you go down the hill, they got to kind of push forward. And the bearings in there, I was told that they don't know of any front rotor bearings that have ever been changed on these fence. But there's always a first for everything. In our luck, we'd be the first ones. However, you know, I've had the techs out here. They came out yesterday. They felt the vibration. They looked at some stuff. We've kind of narrowed it down to something in the front of those rotors. However, everything is working great. There's no like banging. If that bearing goes out, I've had it go out in one of the old combines. If it goes out, your rasp bars in your concaves, things are going to start heating, and you're going to notice a big difference. Not just a slight little vibration that you can hear. It's not very loud. You can hear it. You feel it a little bit in the cab, but it's not very loud. However, if we were to take this in, I told them yesterday, I said, look, I'm going to leave it up to this store. It's got a 5-year full warranty. That'd be under warranty, and part of that warranty is if it's going to be down for 24 hours or longer, then they will bring a machine out identical to what I have for us to use. And that's part of the AGCO, Agri-Service, or Fent, however they want. I don't know exactly who that was through, but that's part of the deal we got. So it gives you a peace of mind on buying this machine. So I told them yesterday, I said, hey, it's working great, but if you want to haul it in to tear it apart, to maybe try and fix it, bring it back out and see if the vibration's gone while we're still cutting grain, because if I get done with it and they take it in the wintertime, we're not going to be able to know if they actually fixed it or if they, repaired that issue until a whole year from now. But if they want to take it in, I said, you just as well bring that other Ideal 9 out that they have in Blackfoot, and then we'll just put our header on that one while they take this one apart, and then just come swap me out. So we would have zero downtime with the machine other than swapping headers, but it would take, literally 15 minutes to swap the header, and we could still finish our job. So if you have any ideas, if you've run these Fent Ideal 9s, what that little vibration might be, maybe it's nothing, maybe it's normal and we're used to something else, but comment down below, let us know, and give us your thoughts on what it could be. It's not something that you can really hear if we were to take a video or explain to you. You feel a little bit in the floor, and it's more of a constant vibration the entire time. When there is material running through the combine, you can feel the vibration a little bit more. But we don't know what it is, but we will figure it out. We'll keep you updated and let you know. Like and subscribe, turn on notifications so you will be notified when we put out a video saying found the problem or whatever.
So we're getting to this hill, and this is the hill that he feels the vibration on the most. So But despite the vibration, I mean, he's still cutting at about 3 to 4 miles an hour, and we're still going along. And yeah, we're not losing any grain. So we just, the worst thing that would happen is that vibration turns into a bearing out and the combine starts on fire. So we don't want that. So yeah, like he said, if there's anybody who has an idea of what it could be, something we could check, let us know in the comments, because yeah, we're not 100% sure what it is, and neither are the mechanics. They came out and listened to it. They're not quite sure what it is too. They have a few ideas. I mean, there's only so many things on this that move. The rotors is the main thing that spins fast enough to actually make a vibration. So any ideas on what it could be? We're just gonna keep on going until the problem gets worse and reveals itself. But hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't have any issues. Maybe it's normal, I don't know.
All right, we have AGCO coming out in about an hour to take a bunch of video of this. They're gonna make a big production out of it because it's the first one sold west of the Rocky Mountains. And we thought, let's put a flag on it. So we had a flag and a flagpole, so we're putting a flag on the back of this thing. Should look pretty good. There. Now it's ready. Now it looks good. That looks way better. Why didn't we do that from the beginning? I thought about it when we first started, but then we got going and I forgot about it. But that looks really good.
Yeah, that looks good on there. We should have done that from the start. It's just a little breezy today, so it's just gonna blow around in the wind and look all nice. We're ready for the drone shots to come out. They're bringing they hired a guy to come out and do some drone shots, so they're gonna make some production of it. It'll be kind of cool. There we go. It's starting to move around. Yep, that looks like it's supposed to be there. Looks perfect. I don't know why we didn't think of that before. I don't know about you guys, but I could watch that thing chew up grain all day. It's just a beast. It's so fun to watch. Getting a lot of questions about how much fuel the combine actually uses. Well, I didn't know because I haven't been driving the combine. I just kind of did the math on how much we put in every day and how many acres we do every day. My guess is about 1 gallon per acre. So Christopher just texted me and it's using between 15 and 20 gallons per hour. So if you wanted to know how many gallons it's using, that's how many gallons it's using, 15 to 20 gallons per hour, which in my mind is probably about 1 gallon per acre. So I gotta zip down here to the other end of the field before he gets full. I'll see you there. Well, he's down there at the end. I'm not sure where he's gonna unload because there's pipe right here, so I can't go right next to him. But also, that edge is not cut. I'm guessing he's gonna come up and do the end, but we'll have to see. Okay, well, he decided to do the ends. I'm not sure why he just stopped, but he just unloaded into me because he did the end. The end has all this green crap in it, all these weeds, and I'm hoping that not a lot of that got into the grain. We'll have to see. Well, I figured out why it stopped. I called Christopher, and he said that it just shut off. So it's been saying low fuel rail pressure and stuff, which is typically a fuel filter issue. So it needs new fuel filters. Let me turn around here and I'll pick back up. So it needs new fuel filters. Well, we don't have any. They're bringing some out, but it said low fuel rail pressure, and then it just idled everything way down and just about killed the combine. Well, he was in the middle of unloading when it did that, and it stopped the auger mid unloading, and then all the power came back, started the auger back up, sheared the shear bolt. Well, the tools to fix the shear bolt are in his pickup, so we're driving back to his pickup to fix the shear bolt, and hopefully we get the fuel filter soon so we don't have this issue anymore. But on the other hand, those mountains look nice. All the smoke blew out a couple days ago, and we can see the mountains now again. All those hideous windmills, useless things. But yeah, got a good view again. And I can breathe without sneezing and getting a sore throat because of all the smoke. You know, if California would just quit lighting themselves on fire, we wouldn't have smoke in Idaho. I swear, every fall, without fail, it just gets smoky because some California fire's burning. You'd think that all those people in California wouldn't want their state to burn and they'd quit lighting their state on fire, but I don't know. You tell me.
Yep, pull it. It's on the edge. Open it right there. I hear you. You can probably see the top of the bolt barely.
Maybe. I don't know how.
Hey,
Is this how he did it?
Anthony did it.
Did he stick his hand through here?
I don't know. I didn't go up there and look where he saw it. But can you see the bolt?
I can't, my hand won't even fit past any of this stuff to get over there.
I don't know where he stuck it.
Oh, maybe here. Maybe there. I gotta get the wrench in my hand.
I don't know why they put the spares clear up there. It's really easy to get to this.
I can't reach it.
Your hand is too big.
My arm's too big. It won't fit through the the one little tiny hole that they put here.
I don't know how he reached it.
Well, we're gonna get to those little bolts underneath there. Am I close?
No.
Dang it.
If they were just in the toolbox, it would have been. I would have had it changed by now.
Oh, but they had to put the spares where no one can reach them.
Do you want me to try and squeeze my arm somewhere? No, you got to get clear up on top
I
of
can't
that.
even see what I'm doing.
Here.
Engineers need to work on the equipment they design.
So, you know what Anthony said?
Sorts of metal brackets in the way. The only spot I can get my hand through is right here.
Well, we got that one's broken, but we got a new bolt in. The old bolt won't come out because it hits this frame, but the spares are clear out. See those 4 holes right there? That's where the spares were. Now, why couldn't you just drill 4 holes right here in this easy to access shield on the side and put the spares right there? Good grief. When they're clear up there, you need 2 people just to access it. All right, the auger is still shearing bolts. We changed 1 bolt, sheared it immediately. Then we got a grade 8 bolt, put it in it, sheared that one too. Now we are going to park the combine kind of on a hill, and hopefully we can unload without shearing the bolt. We will see. It's trying. Nope, I think it sheared it again. A little bit of grain came out the auger and it sheared. Our possible solution, I turned around so we could fold that in. We can fold the tip in, which cuts off maybe 6 feet of auger. So if we do that, we might be able to turn it on and run it out. I mean, it'll be 6 feet less of auger packed with grain to turn, so maybe it'll go without shearing that bolt. But we have to go change another shear bolt before we can try it. Well, I missed it. We couldn't unload it with it open like that, so we had to straighten it out. And as soon as you turned it on, it popped the shear bolt again. So our only other option is down there underneath there's a little door that we can open and just dump the grain that's in the auger onto the ground. So that's probably what we're gonna have to do, sadly. Okay, well, this is the only solution we can find is to relieve some pressure off that auger. That will drain the grain out of the auger. We dumped a lot out. We're putting the hatch back on and changing the shear bolt. There's a nice pile of grain right here. We'll see if it works. It worked. We're going. We just had to dump all that grain on the ground. We might have somebody come out and put it into like a loader bucket or something so we can not just waste it. But yeah, it worked. Hopefully we never have to do that again. We're almost out of shear bolts, so let's hope it doesn't happen again. Okay, we are unhooking the header, putting it on the trailer. We got it all unhooked. He just has to sit it down and then back up. This just looks so much better with that flag on there. Just makes it look much better. Just the finishing touches. Oh, makes you a little nervous when it does that. All right, well, it's on there. We'll get it strapped down. We'll get moved over to the other field. Some of you want to see what the feeder house looks like. So this is the front of the combine without the header on it. And this is the feeder house. So it just has this chain that has all these that just grabs the wheat and pulls it in. And once it goes in there, then it goes into the rotors. But this is what the feeder house looks like. And then this is what the back of the auger on the header looks like. It has all these tines, and they extend when they're on the other side to pull it in, and then when it gets to the back, they suck in, so it lets go of all the material, so it can just flow in nice and easy. So that's kind of how that works. It's just an auger pulls it in, and then this grabs it and pulls it all the way into the machine. So yeah, that's how this works. Okay, they're over there on the other side of the highway now. I can't go over there until he cuts a little path because there's no room for this thing. I'll be sticking clear out in the highway. But yeah, right over here on the side of the highway, so all the traffic can see that lovely flag we put on. Granted, we took it off. We'll put it back on, but we had to take it off because it was too tall. Alright, so we're in the new field and he is opening it up. He has some lines of pipe, so there's a line of pipe right here. He's gone around this one. He's gonna go down around some other ones, but Josh is here to trade me off, so when I get down to the other end, I will be done for the day.
Alright, it is a nice night. However, we're not done and we got to unhook the header because we had a little bit of a problem. I plugged it up in the center, so I raised the side of the reel up, and it got to the top and then came out, and It's right here, this cylinder. You can see right there, it just came out of the bottom part right here of that. And hydraulic rams aren't supposed to do that. They're supposed to get to a stop. Anyway, when it came out, it bent it, and it put some of these reel fingers down into the knives, and so it shortened some up. You can kind of see up there how it kind of goes up and down. But thank goodness to Agri Service. I gave him a call, said, hey, I broke it, and he said, I'll have you a whole new header within an hour. And so we're just waiting now for him to get here. He's probably getting close because we're almost done. We got a few more days, and more than likely they'll have to order that ram. It is a Friday night. They couldn't order it till Monday, so they could overnight parts Tuesday, work on it for a day, but we'll probably be done Tuesday or Wednesday, barring any setbacks. So they have a 35-foot, this is a 40-foot header. They have a 35-foot header that they're gonna bring out for us to just get finished. I'd say we have probably close to 300, maybe 400 acres left. So just about 3 days. So that is the status on this beautiful, no wind Idaho night with a beautiful sunset. The dew will probably set on pretty quick, so I don't know how much we'll be able to finish cutting tonight. But we'll get the new header on and calibrated and set up and ready to go for tomorrow. All right, so it is about 9 o'clock. It's actually 9:30 at night. The service tech is out here. We wish we had his crane, but he's getting, they were able to just take a ram off of one of the other machines, put it on this one, and we're gonna fix some the feeder tines and have it all back to get going for the morning.
That was some nice drone footage. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Well, welcome to day 9 of grain harvest. I do kind of wish there was a little bit of a breeze so that flag would blow around in the wind, but I guess we get what we get, and we're not gonna throw a fit about it. But yeah, hopefully it's a good day. We aren't gonna have a full day because the mill closes early today, but we will do our best. We're about done with this field. There's just this little bit right here that's left. Probably only 1.5 rounds. And then we'll be moving to the next field, which is just across the highway. So we don't have to move very far, but unfortunately we're gonna have to take the header off again. Before we can move fields, however, we have to find the hitch for the trailer. It's just a hitch that has a pin that goes through it. So I'm on my way to the shop to see if I can find the hitch. I think it's in the repair truck. Okay, I found the hitch, but instead of a pin, there's a bolt. So I gotta go get some wrenches. Okay, I got back with the truck with the hitch, and I'm not hooked up to the cart, but it's close. Christopher's over there. He's getting everything ready to travel to the next field. I just unloaded into that truck, so my cart is empty. And now we're gonna go hook up the header and pull it over to the other field. And then we'll be over there. So we only have, there's a field right there, and then on the other side of this road. And then we have 2 fields over there about a mile. And then that's all we've got, and we're done. So probably only a couple more days, and then we'll be done with harvest. We'll see if he can get this thing on first try. Man, that's a big header. Keep coming. There you go. All right. He is unhooked. We just gotta hook some straps around right here and over there. We gotta hook this up to the truck, and then we'll take off. Okay, there goes Christopher in the combine. We have to cross the highway, which is always a pain because with all the people moving here in the last 4 years since 2020, we've had a population boom, which has caused our housing market to skyrocket, so nobody can afford houses anymore. There's also a crap load of traffic on the highway anymore. So it's always difficult getting across the highway, and now I'm pulling a 40-foot header, so we'll see if I can get by. We're here. I gotta wipe this off so he can hook up. Right here? There. Nice and clean. But we made it. You can see we didn't drive too far because the semi right there, that's the old field. But I'm just parked on the road because he had to back into the field. There's just really no good spot to hook and unhook this thing. There he goes. Nice and easy. I think he's on there. Got it. Okay, we're gonna get all this hooked up and he's gonna start cutting so I can pull in and park the cart. Christopher is unloading into me now. This is the new field. He just opened up around on the hand lines. But if you look on his cab, there's a little bit of cab grain. So he was pretty full, and he was coming back to the other end and saw that I was here. So he slammed on the brakes and the grain just came up over the top, right onto the cab. So a little bit of cab grain up there. They said that they designed the roofs of these, they kind of taper in and then they taper towards the front. So if you do get grain on it, it'll just slowly vibrate off the front and drop right into the feeder house. So any grain that goes on your cab will end up back in your feeder house and go back into the bin. So kind of a cool design. they did that just in case you spill it. So, yep, he's done. And now we're gonna open up this end of the field and then we'll get going. We're actually gonna go on the other side of the field. There's a pivot over there. We're gonna go on the other side of the field and do that little patch first so we can move the pivot out of the way. That way the semis can get in and out of the field better. So this is the pivot that I was telling you about. And so we're gonna do this little corner piece over here, but I need to go dump into those semis and I can't get around the pivot. So I'm gonna have to drive out on the road and then back in over there somewhere and then come back over here. All right, I just got done unloading into these trucks. So this is STI, they're in Shelley. They're awesome to work with. They haul our seed potatoes in, they haul our potatoes out of the cellars, and they haul our grain into the mill. So somebody was asking what kind of trucks these are. I thought they were Kenworths. These are actually Freightliners, the Freightliner Cascadia. And then these are Trinity beds, which Trinity is now owned by Spudnik. So now they would be Spudnik beds if you bought a new one. So, but that's who hauls all our stuff in. All right, well, I haven't filmed a whole lot in this field because there hasn't been a whole lot that's gone wrong or changed. Everything's been going well. Combine's still running good. We finished all the hand lines that are over there. So we just have this little strip and the rows are getting shorter because the highway's right there, so it's angled. So we're gonna be done with this field pretty quick and move it across the road. But Trevor was nice enough. He brought me a snack. It's nice when you have help that'll bring you snacks. All right, we just got done with this field. Now we have quite a journey. We got to go a long ways. I just finished loading this truck. We have quite a drive ahead of us. You know, we just have to go right here. So we got a long ways. We got to drive to the corner and then we're there. So, you know, like 10,000 miles, but we'll make it. We'll make it. Got the Fendt over here, just opening up the opening round. And that thing always looks nice. That looks even better with the flag on the back. It will be nice to finally be on these long rows and not have any of the little short rows like we had over here. Just gotta get going. I had to stop for a minute because Christopher lost something. He came around this corner and he's missing a shield off his header. So I'm gonna grab this. We'll go put it back on. Well, that's where the shield is supposed to be. That's the shaft that spins moves the knives. So it's all wrapped up with weeds because there's no shield on there. The shield is on the front of my tractor. It's wedged between the weights and the grill. So yeah, when they had the header apart last night, the shield didn't want to go on very well. So because it was this ram right there that broke. So the shield didn't want to go on very well, so they just they thought they had it on there good, but it was not on there super great, and the grain just popped it off. So we're just gonna go put it in Christopher's truck at the other end of the field. Worry about it when we're done. We've only got a couple days left. Well, what happens when you don't have a shield covering your stuff when you're going through the grain? It gets wrapped up in weeds. So Trevor's out there. He was riding with Christopher, so Trevor's out there. He's trying to cut the weeds off of that shaft. So yeah, we'll get this cleaned up. We're gonna just put the shield in the back of the truck, but it looks like we should probably put the shield back on so it doesn't get wrapped up in weeds. So when that thing came off, you see this dent right here. So it's just a little bit bent out of shape, so the shield won't go on, but we definitely need the shield on there because look at the weeds. All the weeds that get wrapped around this shaft without that shield, so we definitely need it. We're trying to get this, we'll get this straightened out, get the shield put back on. We may have to zip tie it on, who knows? but it's going back on there one way or another. And we're back. Better than new. Well, kinda. We're a little misaligned here, but yeah, got a few dents and dings. But because this broke, which was warranted, and it smashed this is also warranted. So they're gonna warranty this whole piece. We just have to order parts, get done with harvest, get all new stuff, put it on. It's all under warranty. So it's nice to have a 5-year warranty on a new machine, because that's when you do the most damage, is the first few years of running it. Oh man, I just missed him. He went right, oh, there he goes. There goes the skunk. He was just going along and a skunk comes running out and runs into this pile. Oh, there goes the skunk across the road. Run! Probably got his tail trimmed off. That would have been horrible to send a skunk through the combine. Oh man. That would have smelled horrible for so long. I'm glad that did not happen. Woo! Dodged a bullet there. All right, so in that last clip, Christopher actually got looking, and right before the clip ends, there's a second skunk that comes running out the front of the combine, and I got that on there too. I didn't see it because of all the dust, but if you go back and look, right before that clip ends, there's a second skunk that runs off. Man, 2 skunks in one spot. Haven't seen that in a while. Well, he's heaping full. He's barely gonna make it one round. So this field must be yielding pretty good, because these rows aren't super long. But he heaped that thing up on this round, so hopefully that means the yield is high. But he's just about to the end here, and then we'll get him unloaded. He only has that much more to do, so he's just about to run over. I didn't think he was gonna make it. Okay, he is almost to the end. He's yielding about 130 bushel to the acre, so this field's going pretty good. We're gonna unload him. We're just about done for the day because the mill is closed, so they're not sending any more trucks. And this is the only empty truck we have left, so he's probably got maybe 3 more rounds, 4 if we're lucky, and then we'll be done for the day. But man, that sun is bright. Combine looks good though. All right, we're gonna dump this load. I just realized that I hadn't really shown you guys any of him unloading today. Just had a lot of other stuff to watch. Hey, and you can even see the flag back there flying around. Sorry, my window's a little bit dirty. We've been getting a little bit of rain here and there, and then all the dust sticks to it and just makes a mess. So got a little bit of dirt on the window. Maybe I'll clean it tomorrow. Give you guys a better view. And cannot keep this thing straight when I'm filming. Ever. It's just always a struggle. It's kind of too bad we're quitting early, because judging by where the clouds are and stuff, it would probably be a pretty awesome sunset. But I think we'll be done before the sun goes down, so not gonna be able to see that today. And then after today, we're thinking we might only have 2 full days. As long as we don't have any breakdowns or anything, we're only gonna have 2 full days left. We have, after this field, we'll have about 300 acres. Actually, not even after this field. So what's left of this field and the rest of the fields is about 300 acres. So that will, at 150 acres a day, sometimes more if we don't have any breakdowns, we will definitely be able to get done in 2 days for sure. So as long as nothing happens, we will be done in 2 days. All right guys, well, I'm headed home. All the trucks are full. The grain cart has 1 more dump in it that he can put in, So he's gonna get to this end, dump in the grain cart, probably do one more round, and then he's gonna be done. So yeah, end of the day. It is gonna be a nice sunset tonight though. Too bad we won't be out here in the field. All right, welcome out everybody. What you guys are about to witness is the best day that we've ever had. We had most of the field going 160 bushel, and we actually cut 170 to 180, probably about, we'll just split it down the middle and say 175 acres. So we did 175 acres in a day of 160 bushel wheat. So enjoy. Well, I don't know if we will be doing grain tomorrow. It's currently raining, and there's thunder and lightning all the way around. Holy smokes. That one was close. Yeah, I think I might go inside. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll see what we're doing. All right, guys. Well, it is still too wet to do the grain after all that rain and thunderstorm. But Christopher went and picked up these stingers. So we picked up the even flow bin the other day, but we didn't get the stingers because we didn't have space for them. So he went and dropped some metal off this morning, all of our scrap metal that we've been collecting, and he picked up both the stingers. So we got this one still on the trailer. We just unloaded this one, but these will hook right here on the they'll hook right here on the front of the even flow bin, and that way we can back 2 trucks up to this during spud harvest. So it'll be pretty awesome to see all this run when we get all the equipment for spud harvest. They're starting to get it all done. We should have everything. The piler, because they had some issues with it, they didn't quite get it right. We might not have the parts for the piler, but we'll still have the piler, just not the dirt discharge. So we're getting things set up. Hopefully tomorrow, well, yeah, tomorrow we should definitely be able to cut grain. We have 2 days left, so we should be done Wednesday. But yeah, we're just gonna get this laid out, and it's pretty much the end of the day now. So I will see you guys tomorrow when we're cutting grain. All right, well, we are finally going. So welcome out to, I think this is day 10. We just got moved into a new field. We finished up that other field. It only had a little bit left. So we're just getting the header hooked up. We really hope we don't start a fire because we had to pull the truck in. The truck's right there. And we had to pull in into uncut grain. So there's grain just all up under the truck around the engine. So we're really hoping we don't start a fire because the header wouldn't fit, so we couldn't like cut a path. So we're gonna get going here. Josh is running the grain cart today, but I'll be in it later. So I'll show you kind of what I'm doing today. I have to replace a bunch of parts on our swather to get it ready to cut hay. And yeah, then I'll bring you back into the field later when I'm out here in the grain cart this evening. Okay, well, a few more things. So every time we take this cart off, or not cart, every time we take the header off and put it on the trailer, the knives get out of time. So they have to be in sync, so they're going back and forth at the same time so it doesn't shake and vibrate. So what he has to do is, before we hook these PTOs up to the header or to the feeder house, we have to turn that shaft and get the knives so that each side, so because under here there's a little, this guy, this is the hub that the knives hook to. We need to make sure this is all the way out so that when we hook it all up and get it turned on, that this side is going in at the same time as that side's going in. So that way it's not off, because if they're both going to this side, then the whole thing starts to shake. And so you just got to make sure to time your header and make sure they're set to go, basically to counteract each other's vibrations. So that's what we're doing right now. Then we'll get going. All right,
off now. He's got to open this field up because right now we can't bring anything in. We can't bring the grain cart in. We can't bring the semis in. We've got to get it all opened up. We made a few tracks with the equipment. I'm following Josh over to the field. Brought him over to get the cart, and he's decided to take the grain cart down the highway. So yeah, I'm gonna follow him with my flashers on because it looks like he's just turning right, but that light doesn't work. So I'll just follow him with my flashers on. The highway is wide enough that he can get over to let cars by, so we're just gonna take up a lot of the highway with this thing. All right, I'm back out here. He just finished this field. This field's only 20 acres, so it only took him like an hour. But he just finished this field. We're gonna put the header on the header cart. We actually just have to cross. There's a canal right here. We just have to cross, but we have to take the header off because we have to go back down the highway and around, and the header won't fit. So even though it's literally just across the canal, we still have to take the header off. So we are getting this unhooked, and then we will be pulling over there. And we're here. Such a long journey of about 100 yards. Just had to go around the canal. Got Josh waiting over there to come in. Christopher has to cut some before he can. Christopher's hooking up the header. Looks like he's not quite. Oh snap. We're gonna lose the header if we're not careful. There it goes. We just gotta hook everything back up and we'll get going here. That thing is so big. One thing I'm doing now, before I go out and trade Josh off in the cart, this is the inside of the header on our swather, our hay swather. We're gonna be doing hay soon. We might be cutting the hay tomorrow actually. But these are the knives that actually cut the hay. So this is a nice sharp edge right here. And this is dull, and it's pretty worn. You can see that it dips in right there. So you can flip these over. So since these have a sharp edge, I'm just gonna flip some of them over. Some of them, like these over here, like this, like that's still pretty good. So I think we'll run it one more crop like this and then flip it over. So I'm not gonna flip all of them over. I'm just gonna go through and flip over the ones that are pretty worn. And then there are a couple of broken ones. Usually the very end ones either get really broken because that's where you might dig it into the ground or hit a pipe. So I'm gonna go through these and I'm going to flip over the ones that need to be flipped and replace a couple of broken ones. And then this will be ready for hay. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is what it is. It's a New Holland swather. So yeah, I gotta flip these over, and then about the time I get done with that, I'll go trade Josh off in the cart. All right, I'm back out in the grain cart, watching this beast run. This field seems to be yielding pretty high. He said there's quite a few spots in the field that are at 160 bushel. So he's filling up pretty quick to the point where the semis cannot keep up. So we're gonna be, I have one more dump. He can dump one more dump in the cart, and then we're gonna be full. So, and have no more semis. So we're gonna have to just stop and wait for semis at that point. Hopefully they get here quick enough that we can just keep on going. All right, guys, make sure that if you want to enter to win the $300, to go down below in the description. We're doing a giveaway, and fill out the form and you'll be entered to win the $300. And if you want to design a logo or just a design and submit it to my email, that'll enter you to win another $300. So we're going to be picking the winners at the end of the month. So make sure you go down and you fill those out and get those submitted. This field is a little bit different than the rest of them. It has this huge hill. So the camera flattens everything, but this hill is pretty big. So he's been going up and down this hill, which for the combine, that's fine. He's got the header on the front, weigh it down. He's got evenly distributed weight. But for when we plant this, so over here, the hill is actually worse. So right here, it was right there, I remember. I was coming up that last year with the Dammer Diker, and my tractor was wheeling up that. My front tires were not on the ground. It was just the Dammer Diker on the back of the tractor that kept me from flipping over. So yeah, this hill is a gnarly hill. Usually we can't even drive like the 10-wheeler trucks up this hill. When we haul manure in this field, they usually end up getting stuck down at the bottom because they can't make it up the hill. So yeah, this field has a huge hill. We're gonna try to get like a dozer or something and just push this off, just kind of make it not as steep. That's what we had to do. That's what we had to do to our other fields that had really bad hills years and years ago. So we may end up trying to do that in the next few years. We'll see. We're just renting this piece, but we hope that we can rent it forever. I think we have like an 8-year lease on this, but we hope to just keep renting it, if not buy it one day. So yeah, just a little bit different of a field. And the river, the Snake River, is right on the other side of those trees. So we're really close to the river. It's down there. I missed it. He was climbing up the hill and he was struggling because that's a big hill. But I'm guessing he is going to go down to the other end and go around the pivot. So he's gonna unload. All right, he's unloading. He's only about half full, but he's unloading into me because he has to go down on the other side of this pivot, and I won't be able to drive next to him to unload him. So because he gets half full one direction, he'd be more than full going on the other side. So he's gonna unload into me. He'll go down the other side and come back, but I don't see another truck, so he's gonna have to just wait to unload into me because I won't have much more room. So we'll do what we can do. Looks like he's empty. He's gonna hop out and go move this pivot, and we'll get going here shortly. Okay, I am getting loaded now. I was sitting at the end of the field and the semi pulled in. Christopher was sitting here full, but he didn't have to sit for very long, and I went and dumped in the semi, and now I'm back. So I'm loading backwards just to try and get him empty sooner instead of having to wait for me to turn around. But yeah, we'll get going here pretty soon. That thing just looks so nice. And the flag, America. But we'll get him empty, and then he can keep going. There's enough left in the truck that I can probably dump this load in there and hold 2 more, so he can do at least 3 more rounds until we're going to be waiting again for another semi. Just coming up behind him in the field, and I was thinking, man, that's quite a view with the mountains. It's so nice to be able to see the mountains again now that the smoke's gone. Got the American flag and the mountains. Windmills ruin it, but hey, we get what we get. So Christopher's down there, and it looks like we could have a really nice sunset tonight. He's on his way back up the hill. His lights are flashing, which means he's about 3/4 full. So once he gets a little closer, I'll pull over there and unload, but with those clouds, I think it's gonna be a nice sunset. We'll see. All right, he's almost full, so I'm just maneuvering into position. So we'll see if he can unload without spilling any. We've only spilled a little bit here and there. You can see there's some grain on the plate down there. That was there before I got here, so I can't take credit for that.
I'm guessing it got a little bit full. Man, zooming out goes to a different camera on my phone, and it makes it so you can see all the crud on the window a lot worse. So we're just gonna go with this zoomed in view. So every time he dumps, he's dumping probably 480 bushel. Because that's when he's heaped up that full, that's about how much it can hold. If it's all the way full to where it's pretty much running out, that's 500 bushel. So pretty big bin, a lot bigger bin than our old combine, so that's nice that we're able to go further without filling up. So it's a nice calm night. This dust is just lingering, see? Just like settling. Still filling me up. So this combine has it has 4 gates in the auger. So if he wasn't gonna fill me up all the way, he could close those gates, and then he would be able to restart it next time and not shear that bolt. But he has to think ahead of time whether or not he can fill me up or not. But I've been trying to get my cart mostly empty before coming down and unloading him, because that way he doesn't have to move around. He can just dump it right in the middle or wherever it's at. So I'm gonna go dump this into a semi, and then I'll be back. There's a good shot that you can see all the dust just floating. Like, it's only like a foot off the ground, it's just floating there. But it's just stagnant. There's no breeze, it's just kind of just floating around. He's just about full again. He can only do 1 round. This is yielding like 160 bushel. So pretty good yield. But look at that view. Ain't that pretty? Well, there's a picture for you. Combine coming at me with the sun setting. I bet the sunset gets better as that sun keeps going down. It's not all the way down yet, but it's getting there. Alright guys, well, I am sacrificing my non-itchy shirt to come out and shoot some footage of this combine with the sunset, and I'm gonna get all itchy. But that is quite the view there. Sun just went down. It is 8:30. We just had a semi pull in, so we've got 3 empty semis, so we're gonna be going for a little while tonight. We will probably get almost all of this field done tonight, but that sunset is real pretty. I'm a sucker for a view, what can I say? What's bad is the dust is obscuring the sunset. And there he goes. And now I'm all dusty and itchy. He just loaded me and turned around. I'm just waiting for him because I'm pretty sure the rows are getting shorter. So I'm waiting for him instead of going to fill the semi. So I will wait here until he gets back, get loaded, and I think I can probably fill the semi that's at the end of the field. So we're just gonna wait right here. Man, that thing looks nice, doesn't it? But it is so dusty. I'm just getting engulfed in a dust cloud. All right, I'm about to unload probably his last load of the day. We're just about done with this field, but we're running out of trucks. It's about 10 o'clock. With our old combine, we would never be able to work this long because, well, it couldn't handle the dew on the wheat stalks. So we would be done about 9 o'clock, 8:30. Once the dew starts to come on, we would be done. But man, this combine just takes everything you give it and just keeps on going. It doesn't slow down. It's just, this combine's awesome. Which means we can work longer, we can get more done in a day. We can get the grain up because we are going to be cutting the hay tomorrow. So we got to get other things done. We have other crops going. We have to hurry and get this done so we can do that. So yeah, it's nice to have a combine that can actually do the work we need to do and do it quickly and efficiently and not lose any grain. And yeah, it's been a great combine. We're definitely impressed. We're glad we got it. All right, I'm gonna go dump this out in a semi and then probably might go home. All right, here's the last truck of the day. Just filling it up. Getting as much as we can in there at least. See all the bugs flying around with the lights. All right, I'm just finished unloading into this truck. Make sure in the comments, I want to see where everybody's from. So comment where you're from. I'd love to know where my audience is at. Well, here we are, folks. We're trying to move to the last field. This is the last day of wheat harvest. We really don't want to take the header off because it's just across the road. He's currently tilting the header over a railroad tie to try and get out of this field without hitting. It's gonna be really close to that railroad tie right there. Ah, he just nicked it. Oh, barely cleared it. But he did clear it. He's getting out without having to take the header off. So, barely. Ooh, he almost snagged that post with the back of it. Hopefully we don't catch the telephone pole, the power wire with that flag. It's gonna be close too. But the next field is just across the road here, right over there. So we're just getting everything moved over and we're gonna get started here. Well, I think we're gonna have to take the header off. There's an electrical box right here in front of his tire over here, and then he's snagging the fence on the other side. So I don't know how we're gonna get past this one. We'll see. Oh, maybe he got past the electrical box. Oh, he got past the electrical box. Did he clear that fence post? Not really, but he just pushed it over, so. It's a fence we don't use anymore. We should probably just take it out, but maybe one day we will. Oh, now he's hooking it with the back end. Well, it's kind of chaos, but we got it out of the field without having to take it off. All right, welcome out to day 11 of harvest. This will be the final day. We have one field left, and I think it's just over 100 acres. So we should definitely be able to get it done. Yesterday, in the episode yesterday, in day 10, it was our record day. We didn't have any breakdowns. He only had to stop twice to wait for trucks, and that was even with moving fields twice. We did just over 170 acres, which is crazy. So we did 170 acres with a Fendt Ideal 9 combine with a 40-foot header. So that's pretty awesome. So people who are saying that we need a 50-foot header, I think we're doing pretty darn good, especially since our old combine would only do maybe 50, 60 acres a day if we were lucky. So we are doing good. The yields are high. That field yesterday yielded close to 160 bushel, we think. Make sure that you go down below, fill out the form for the giveaway. We're giving away $300. All you have to do is fill out a form. And then if you want to design a logo or a design, we're doing a design contest. So you can win another $300 if you just want to make a design and submit it to my email. I'll have that down in the description below too. And there's a chance to win two different contests. So make sure you go down below and fill those out if you haven't already. And yeah, we're gonna have a good day. Okay, we're just getting this field opened up, doing the ends. But these windrows are the biggest windrows I've ever seen of straw. So you can see the pickup right there. The windrow is probably about 3 feet tall. It's like halfway up the door of the pickup. So this variety it's a different variety than everything else we've had. This is called LCS Hammer, is the variety. So it's still a hard red spring wheat, but see, those are all wild oats that you can see that are sticking up. But this is a different variety that was supposed to have a spray that we could spray for the wild oats that was supposed to hopefully be able to kill them. Obviously it didn't kill them because there's wild oats all over the place. What's weird is there's only wild oats where the hand lines are. There's not very many wild oats where the pivot is. So there's a big pivot on that side, and then there's this little pivot right here. And where the pivots are, there's hardly any wild oats, but where the hand lines are, there's a ton of wild oats. But it's a different variety that grows taller. So there's more straw because this is probably about 6 inches taller than the rest of our wheat that we've had. So that's why the windrows are so big. But I was like, man, these are the biggest windrows I've ever seen. It's gonna be a challenge for the baler to bale up all this straw, but we'll get it done. Just coming up behind Christopher to unload him. But, so here's what I'm talking about. Wild oats on this side, this is where all the little hand lines are. This is the pivot, no wild oats. It's the same field. I don't know why there's wild oats where the hand lines are and no wild oats where the pivot is. Somebody please explain while I pull up to unload Christopher. Oh, he's putting his boom out. When he starts putting it out, I have to wait until it's all the way out or I'll hit it. But I'll pull up here and we'll get him unloaded. All right, I gotta slow down. Don't want to get too far ahead. He's not going too fast because it is yielding pretty heavy, which is good. That's a good thing. I'll settle with going slower if it's yielding heavy. I'm not going to complain about that. But we'll get him unloaded and keep on going. He's just opening up the hand lines. So that's why we are going through the middle of the field right now and instead of the edge. We got to go next to the hand line so they can move the pipe out of the way so we can cut right there. So that is why he is going through the middle of the field. Now we're on these short rows over here. There's these little short rows, this little corner, and then that's all pivot. So longer rows, no hand lines really except for in the middle. So we're on these little short rows and he can go back and forth probably about 4 times before he gets full. So I'm just following him to the other end. It just started blinking, so he's not all the way full, but when he gets to the other end, we'll dump him. We don't have any more semis that are empty, so I'm trying to figure out how we can probably finish these short rows, but then unless we have a truck, I don't think we'll be able to go. So hopefully the truck gets here soon. In this field there are a bunch of hand lines in the middle. You can see some pipe right there, but in all these tall wild oats sometimes they get missed. So let me show you what happened here. There was a line of pipe right here and we cut next to it and they moved them, but Christopher said he saw something in the straw when he was cutting. Well, he ran over a pipe and the end of it started shaking. He thought it was like a raccoon or something. Nope, just a smushed pipe. He just ran it right over and then chopped it up with the header. But I think he changed the knife at the other end of the field and I think he's headed back up here now. Christopher says there's something running from him in the grain. It's like a few feet in front of the header. He's like, I don't know what it is. There, he got to the other end and there was like 2 or 3 raccoons that ran out. So I'm guessing it's probably a raccoon, but I can't even see it. He said he can see it. I don't see any grain moving. Oh, I do see grain moving right here. Still running. I don't know what it is. He doesn't want to suck it into the combine. It's like right in the middle. It's still running. He can't see what it is. He can just see the grain moving. That combine sure looks nice. I could just sit and watch that thing cut grain all day. America. There's a pivot track right there, and I think whatever it is like hiding in the pivot track. So Christopher's going slow, trying not to hit whatever it is. I think it's probably a raccoon. Oh, there they go. They're 2 little babies. They just ducked into that. Oh, there they go. 2 little baby raccoons. They're just little guys. Well, they made it. Well, looks like Christopher had a little bit of a plug. This wheat, this different variety, is so much taller that he's having to go slower. It's also yielding like 140 to 160 bushel most of the time. So the yield is high. Also the wheat's tall. So he's having to go quite a bit slower. But yeah, it's plugging up a little bit easier because there's a lot more straw. We're just doing right here next to the pivot so we can move the pivot out and do underneath the pivot. So I'm gonna go unload him because he's just about to leak out. Okay, this is probably one of the last times that he'll be unloading. We're almost done. And if I can keep the speed right, I won't spill any, but it's hard to do when filming. We just have, I don't know, maybe 5 more rounds left, and we'll be done with this field. But not only done with this field, done with wheat. This is the last little strip that we have of wheat. So we are almost done. Seems like it's been a long time, but honestly, last year we had 700 acres, and it took us a month. This year we had like 1,500 acres, and it's only taken us, I think this is day 11 maybe? So barely 2 weeks. So much better. I'm glad I'm not outside right now though, because man, it's windy and it's just blowing that dust right into the tractor. So definitely have to clean the air filters out and spray out the radiators when we're done, because I'm sure they're plugged. Looks like he's done. There are no more trucks. I think I can hold maybe 1 more load if I'm lucky, and then I'll just be waiting for a truck. But yeah, we've only got a few more rounds left, so I'm gonna get out of his way because we're here at the end of the field now and he's got to turn around. Also, the pivot is moving my way because there's a little tiny strip over next to the road, so I got to get out of the way of that too. Actually, yeah, I'll let him turn around and then I'll go shut the pivot off because it's probably good enough. It's coming over. We don't want it to come over too far because, well, it would hit the truck. There's the pivot track right there. Okay, just unloaded into the truck, but this is all we have left. Just this little strip. It's probably about 4 rounds of the field. Maybe even less than that. I mean, it's hard to judge with that 40-foot header. It takes a big bite out of it. But just have this little strip. 4 rounds, probably only take about a half an hour as long as we have trucks we can put wheat into. So Christopher's just down there at the other end. I'll unload him when he gets back. We'll be done here pretty soon.
All right, this will be one of the last full dumps that I do of the 2024 harvest season. It's the 21st of August, and this is the last full dump. I'll have one more pass to go, heading back the other direction. This field's been yielding really well. As you can see, the windrows are pretty big. There's some spots that are yielding above 160 bushel per acre. This is hard red spring wheat. The variety is called Hammer. And yeah, here we are. The combine worked great. We were able to get a lot done quick. I think we averaged about 150 acres a day. We had some days where we did 20, 30 acres more than that a day, and then some days we did 20 or 30 acres less. It's about 5 o'clock. We did this whole field. This is a 90-acre field. We started at about 9 o'clock this morning. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon now, and I got one more pass. So yeah, this has been a great, phenomenal harvest. There's a few little things that we're going to update and fix for the combine. There's got some recalls that need to be put on and done, and so Agri-Service will have it for a little while, and then we'll get it back. But yeah, this is one of the last full dumps into the grain cart. We'll have another half of a tank going back to the other end. But thanks for hanging out with us along this ride. I know we've had quite a few grain harvest videos, but that's what we do for 2 weeks, so that's what we're going to show you. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe for our next adventures and more content on what we're going to get into next. Just a teaser, there was a big 9520 RX quad track dropped off at the farm today. All right, guys, as you can see, this is the last pass of 2024. This is the last 40-foot strip of this section. Terran's over here. It looks like he's videoing. We get kind of excited when we finish a job that you've worked on the whole year, planting, fertilizing, watering. We're getting pretty good yield right now. If you can look right here, this is our yield number. It's kind of bouncing around on a per acre. There are some spots that will jump up to 150, 160 bushel. I'm going a little slow right now just while I'm videoing, so I don't overload the header, but anyway, yeah, we are cooking right along. I guess I could show you on the yield map right here. Here's the yield map, and so anything that's green is between 140 to 185 bushel to the acre, and where it's dark green, it's above 185. So that one little patch there, above 185 bushel. I probably had to stop because it about plugged me, but so yeah, here we are, just cruising on the last pass, and it's a good feeling to be done. We'll get the combine unhooked and take him back to the yard.
Okay, he's on the last pass now. He's only got one more pass to go. Not even a full round, just one pass. This Fendt Ideal 9 combine has been a game changer. We were so worried this year when we planted more than double the amount of acres of wheat than we did last year. We were super worried that we were not going to be able to get it harvested in time. And when we got this machine, they assured us, they said, oh yeah, you can do at least 100 to 150, maybe even 200 acres a day, depending on how you cut it. So if we were only just taking the heads like a lot of guys do, and then they disc in the straw, we could go a lot faster. We probably could have done 200 acres a day. But we're going all the way to the ground, trying to get as much straw as possible because we can bale it and sell it. So the fact that we've been able to get 150, I mean, yesterday we got 175 acres yesterday. The fact that we've been able to get that much is pretty awesome. Like, this thing has been amazing, and yeah, without this, we would be struggling so hard to get it done in under a month. With our old combine, we just never would have been able to get it done. We would have had to call some other guys to bring their combines over to help finish it. But yeah, this combine is a game changer for us. Now we're not afraid to plant 15, 16, 1,700 acres of wheat because we know that we can cut it in 2 weeks. This is the final dump. He's just dumping it in, and we're gonna cut. We're only 100 feet from the end, so we'll cut to the end, stop, finish dumping, and then we will be done. It's been a good harvest. We've only been rained out a couple of times. We're still able to get it in about 2 weeks, even with the rain. So it has been a good harvest. Here's the final little bit of wheat going into the combine. Boom, done. Now, I just have to let the rest of that dribble out into the cart, and I'll go fill up the semi and we'll be done. All right guys, well that's gonna wrap up wheat harvest for 2024. But make sure to go down below and hit that subscribe button because we're gonna be moving into hay, then manure, then potatoes. And I know that everybody's been looking forward for the potatoes, and it's gonna be coming. It's gonna be awesome because we have all new seller equipment and it is gonna be sweet. So make sure to hit subscribe so you don't miss it. Hit the bell, hit the like button, and I got something to show you before we take off. So this is just a little sneak peek of a video coming soon. Let me just walk out here just a little ways, and yeah, we've got something happening. But anyway guys, I love you, and I'll see you in the next one.